My shoulder's kind of funny today. Oh, alrighty tidy, folks. Welcome, welcome. On today's menu, gotta insulate that little patch on the floor in there in the Civic. You can see it there in the Logitech. I wanted to do this morning when it was cooler-ish, because respirator for it to make a seal. It's a neoprene material, and it sweats really bad when it's warm, and it's just gross when it's hot out. So the very first thing I'm gonna do is spray some adhesive on the floor, put the refractory on. I can tape it later, I can do anything I want later, it's fine. Right now, I'm just going to put this down, and then I have to go grab one of the lawn mowers. One of my viewers wants to know a thing on a carb, and he'd prefer to get the information from me, I guess, as opposed to spending hours trying to find it online somewhere, which, correct me if I'm wrong, the internet's been useless the last 5 years, right? Like, it's been getting progressively more and more useless. Like, information is getting infinitely harder to find. But that's a rant for another day. So gotta put the insulation down, gonna go grab a carb and just do a little quick short thing. I'll hit record, and I'll record that section so I can make a little short and post it on YouTube for you guys, if anybody else wants it. Finish the laptop mount. I need to jack the Accord back up and figure out, there's two brake lines that run to the rear. Both of them are going to be in pretty bad shape. There's 4 lines total, 1 fuel line, 1 emissions line, for like the charcoal, not the charcoal canister. It'd be the evaporative return line to the engine from the charcoal canister, because the charcoal canister is probably in the rear near the fuel tank. And then the 2 brake lines. One of them is leaking. Like I said yesterday, it's an Iowa car, it's now a Utah car. It's rusty, it's gross. There also appears to be some damage to the plastic tray near where the leak appears to be emanating from. So I'm gonna check that out today. The Volkswagen did the thing today. I haven't really talked about it on the channel, but the Volkswagen's been doing this thing where on cold or moist days, haven't quite figured out the correlation yet, but on one of those, you start the thing up, you put it in gear, it goes into first, it's a little bit rough, but it goes into first, you drive. If you shift out of first, and then you have to come to a stop for any reason, and you shift back down into first, the transmission goes into limp mode. And that means it goes into second gear, maybe third gear, probably second gear. Most limp modes are second gear. My roommate thinks it's third, but I really don't think it feels like third. It feels like second. Regardless, it goes into limp mode, all the indicators on the dash light up, it's an LCD, so all of the indicators are dark, is what it's either light for not selected or dark for selected. So it did it this morning, and it's weird. So if it's going to do it, it's going to do it right when you start it. Whatever the issue is the moment you start the engine, or you turn the key on even, I don't know yet. But it doesn't go into limp mode until you're out of first, and then you coming to a stop to shift back down into first the first time, and then it just goes into limp mode. And you feel it. It'll do a 2-1 shift, and it's just and you come to a stop, and you put the foot down, and it's, because it's a turbo engine, it has no compression of its own, and the turbo doesn't spool until there's enough gas flow at around 1200, 1500 RPM. So you floor it, and it's just, and it doesn't do anything. Super annoying, super dangerous too. You can't get out of your own way. With the thing functioning correctly, it's fine. But the limp mode thing, we've been chasing this limp mode thing for 2 years now, and I've run out of ideas. The only thing I've ever found anywhere that seems to relate to what is going on is a TSB from VW that says if you see this code, replace the ECU. That's it. No diagnosis, no plugging the thing in, no checking this value and checking that value, no running tests like this, no back probing, nothing. If you see this code, replace the ECU. That code's in there. It's the only code that's in there. So, no idea what that's about. After that, I need to go inside. I don't know if I'm going to take the laptop with me or not, but I need to go inside and fix my roommate's toilet because apparently he can't figure out how to do a flapper valve in a freaking toilet. I'm going to go fix his damn toilet because it leaks, so it runs every like 45 seconds to a minute. Super annoying. And it's just a waste of water. If you don't need to use water, don't use water. Like, what? What question? I mean, if you have the parts, the next time I'm down there, assuming I ever make money again in the future, yeah, we can do it. Especially to do the kitchen sink. That kitchen sink is rough, and I realize that it's mostly my fault, probably, that it's like that. So I should probably fix that at some point. But you're gonna have to remind me, so I can make sure and bring any tools that you might not have, so we don't have to buy tools whenever that does happen. If that does happen at this point. Oh yeah, so the correlation I've drawn is that net neutrality has ended. And nobody in your government seems to think that it's a requirement. One of the things, it wasn't specifically meant for searches or information finding. Net neutrality was an anti-monopoly measure to prevent carriers from directing you to sites that they sponsored or that they owned or something like that. So that's really what it was. Since that has ended though, that's exactly what fucking happens, is carriers are being bribed, they're being lobbied, they're being paid off, whatever. Money is exchanging hands so that Comcast will send you, or Comcast will filter results based on the money they've received. Which means finding information specifically, this is a side effect, perhaps intentional, perhaps unintentional, I don't know. I'm not these people that make these decisions about others. A side effect of this is you cannot find information like small forum posts, blog posts from back in the 90s or 80s, you know, sites from the early days of the internet. You can't find scientific information from people doing the stuff not for a major institution. Like, we're talking like people that are not at MIT, they're not at Harvard, they're not at Oxford, they're not at Cambridge, they're not at Caltech, right? They're not at these big major money institutions doing this work and raising these questions and providing this data. You can't find those guys anymore because it's all money. The internet has become, the internet has become monetization. Like, the internet is no longer The whole idea was free exchange of information. That was the idea of the internet. It's, hey, I need to communicate with a colleague of mine halfway around the world, and I don't want to take a 400-hour train slash plane slash slow boat ride to his hometown to go and give him this information. And I don't want to wait 6 months for this letter to arrive. How do we do that? Well, we've got these machines that we've started installing all over the place. Can we make them talk to each other maybe? And like send it electrically? Like at the speed of light almost? Yeah, let's do that. Some nerds did some cool things with the nerd glasses, and bam, the internet was born, right? It was literally to send information back and forth between academics, really. And then it evolved to, you know, the freedman, the plebeians, the citizens, the proletariat got their hands on it, and now, just fucking useless. It's completely useless. Yeah, I didn't put them bastards in there. That one might get dinged. Breakfast of Champions. Okay, so first thing I'm doing is this refractory. Because this respirator anybody that joins that thinks they know anything about anything, compare this to various world government suggestions. Question: does this provide more, less, or the same protection from blank, insert thing here, than various government recommendations? Answer: none of the above. It doesn't provide any protection because that's not what it's for. Same with the N95. It does not provide protection because that is not what it's for.
This sucks with hair.
I don't know how that sounds. This sucks with hair. Because this guy, my hair always gets caught in that damn clip. Yeah, but you did not have access to Google.com or the interwebs because the interwebs were invented in the early 80s by academics, which means the public at large got their hands on it in the late 80s if you were a nerd, in the early 90s if you were a plebeian. I need to find my scissors. Computers have existed, well, technically, computers have existed since the Greeks. Technically. But digital computers that run on electronic signals that you can input information into readily, fairly, moderately, sort of not easily, have existed since the 40s, 30s. 1930s, 40s. The original ones were very large building sized and made of a bunch of relays and light bulbs and switches that you had to flip manually, and yeah. I find my scissors. I don't know where my scissors are. I need skizzers. Skizzeroonies. Skizzle-a-doozles. Skizzeroonies. Skizzers! Hi, Skizzer.
Skizzers. Okay. How am I going to do this? I'll take 2 patches. Don't come this way, guy. Oh. Oh, yeah.
You're gonna do that, guy? Really? Truck with a trailer, just, you know, pick up with, like, you know, a little, the kind of trailer that you'd put 2 or 3 quads on. Comes this way, drives up over the curb, down our street. I imagine drives up over the curb over that side, on our street, and probably drives up on the curb on the other side of the street, turning around. Bro, the city's built in a freaking grid. Most cities are built in some kind of grid, especially west of the Mississippi. Go down the fucking road and go around the damn block. It's not gonna take you that much more fuel or time. Yeah, some of that vintage electronics go for a lot of money these days.
Okay, I need... Not there. I don't want to do it there. How does this sound? Can you actually understand me? La-dee-da.
I need a surface, but every surface is covered.
I don't want to do it on top of the car.
It's a pickup with a 17-foot, not even, 14-foot, 15-foot trailer. Single axle, I think. And he absolutely could have. It looks like he's one of the guys doing, one of our neighbors is redoing their front. I think they're putting in a pad and like doing a bunch of landscaping and stuff. They got the whole front end ripped up. He was facing that way. He could have driven that way, gone down half a block. It's not even a full block to the next intersection. Turned there, came down here, turned there, and faced that way. The exact direction he was trying to go. He absolutely could have done that. There's no need to drive up over the concrete and risk damaging the concrete that's not actually built or designed to handle vehicles. It's designed to handle foot traffic. If you don't have to.
I think I'm going to do this over the trunk. So, I shall be off camera and I shall return. Alright, so this is the stuff. I really should be wearing gloves for this. This is the stuff that I put on the roof and on the transmission tunnel. And it's good stuff, but it's not good stuff. The good news is, it's not fiberglass. The bad news is, if you breathe it in, it's worse than fiberglass.
Okay, I just wanted to do that for cutting, because when you cut it, fibers go everywhere. Alright. Most people don't know how to handle a trailer. I would claim that of people on the planet, 8 billion of which there seem to be, probably 8.2 at this point, 40 of them know how to handle a vehicle with a trailer correctly. Yourself and your progeny, 2 of those. So when we were moving up here from Vegas, hope there's nothing on my finger. So we're moving up here from Vegas. BB's, and subsequently now my buddy, came to give us a hand, just, an extra set of muscle. We were moving some stuff, and we asked them to back the U-Haul that had the car hauler on the back of it. This was a 17-foot U-Haul with just U-Haul standard car hauler on the back of it. We asked them to back it into, so effectively it was a T-junction, and the short junction on the right was a dead end, and it was only 100 feet wide, or 100 feet long, and it was just wide enough for a small pickup or a large sedan to pull in and pull into a spot straight and first go. Like, not very wide. U-Haul was off to the side. We asked him if he would bring it around and back the trailer in so we could pull one of the cars on it and blah, 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 right? So he spent a good 30, 40 minutes trying to get that trailer into that spot. The whole time, me and my roommate were just sitting there like, trying to hold it in, because he's the kind of guy, he likes to brag about the smallest of abilities, and sometimes I do. From time to time, I will do that too. I generally don't brag unsolicited, however. He does. So we're sitting here, and he gets out after he gets it like close. It wasn't even like exactly where we wanted it. It was close. He gets out, we're like, bro, what was that? And then the next day we had to move the same thing. We ended up not being able to get the car on that day. Some reason or another, the car that we were gonna put on it wouldn't start, or we forgot straps or something like that. I don't remember what it was. It was some little piddly thing. So we ended up parking the truck in the back. The back was sort of the same way, except the one part of the T was a gate. So you had a gate, and then 15 feet or so, and then a short T section, and then a drive-through. So we ended up parking back in that corner because nobody ever parked there. And I went over there and how did I do it? So there was just enough room from the gate to that little section of curb to that drive with a 17-foot box and a 14-foot car hauler on the back that I could pull over into the corner spots by the wall. And it took me a good 5 minutes, but I Austin Powers did the trailer over because you pull over, and so the problem was you couldn't just hold the gate open. There was no way to like make the gate stay open. So it would have just closed on the truck, and I'm like, I'm not doing that. So you had to do it that way. There was also no way to enter the gate from the outside once it had closed. There's no entrance mechanism. So we were stuck doing it the way that I ended up doing it, which was I'd pull up into the spots and the trailer was still, I don't know, 10 degrees, ever so slight angle, enough that you and I both know you're like, yeah, you're not getting that trailer just up and turn and go where you want it to go. It's gonna continue going that way no matter what you do to it. So what I ended up doing was, came in on the far right side, as far as I could, came over, no, actually, you wouldn't be able to do that. I had to have come over from the left side, the far left side. So you come over from the left side, and the trailer, you know, slight angle, I had to walk it to turn it the correct way, and then I could back up into the... It took a good 5 minutes or so, but I got it back there, and I backed it over and straight into... It was wide enough that it had to fit in 2 spots, but I backed it around and straight into 2 spots with the hitch sticking out like a long bed extended cab truck would, sticking out of the spot about yay far from the wall. We put a lock on it, took a nap for the night, first go. And then from that spot back over to the T, so we had to pull the truck in, obviously at an angle, right? You have to pull it to the truck at an angle. It's an aluminum trailer, so the 2 of us could lift it up and put it on the ball, easy peasy. But yeah, so you're sitting, you know, not quite 90, but close enough. And so you're gonna pull that out without hitting anything, and then you have to pull around this tight corner without hitting anything, and then another tight corner without hitting anything, and then back it into the T without hitting anything. And I did all of that in about, pulling out, going around 10 minutes, 11 minutes. Backed it into the drive, first go. It's not to necessarily brag, but spending a couple of years kind of on the road, watching the mechanics and the physics of how these things work, I learned some stuff. And it's the kind of thing that I would claim that backing a trailer is very similar to riding a bicycle, and that once you know how to do it correctly, you'll never forget that information. You may go 20 years without doing it, and then you get in it and you're a bit rusty, but like you back up and you turn this way and you turn that way and you're like, oh yeah, I know how to do this, and you just do it, right? So, you know. But yeah, I'm pretty damn good for you know, backing a trailer. I mean, part of that I get from, so, I don't know who it is. You tell me. Who is it of my parents that has problem-solving skills? Because I've never interacted with my father in a situation where he needed to solve a problem, so I have no idea if he has any kind of problem-solving skills. So, I imagine that's you. If I were to guess. Memories like radium. good song. I mean, you can't hear it, but I can hear it. Get all Vanna White on there. Oh. Why the heck I'm bending down like that? As much as I kind of dislike larger companies, 3M does make some pretty damn good stuff. And then, we let that set for a minute. Take our little skizzeroonies there and just clean it all up, put some tape, do some stuff. Yeah, dog. Homemade G dog. I thought him and Bobby did car stuff as kids. Well, 20-year-olds. I guess kids, teenagers, 20-year-olds. I thought they both well, no, because I've seen the stuff Bobby did, and if my dad was anything like, because I think Bob was more mechanically inclined than his brother was. Bob got his mechanical inclination from his father, and my father did not get as much of it. And the stuff that Bob would do is spark plugs, oil changes, like simple stuff. So like, yeah. Cause like, my propensity for learning, I get from, most likely I get from, I mean, genetics plays a big role in it, but the nurture side that would have affected that would have been the efforts you put in preschool, first, second, third grade times when my life wasn't just go to daycare, come home, go to daycare, come home. You know, you actually spent the time, which is what parents are supposed to do. Don't tell the Americans. Have you seen the King of the Hill meme where Bobby's got some placard and it's just whoever the hell made the meme wrote on the placard, and he sticks it up against the window, and the principal comes out and he's scolding Bobby. He's like, if those kids could read, they'd be really mad. That's America. Everyone else on the planet's got the placard, they're holding it up to the window, and Earth President Man has come out to him and like, you know, if those Americans could read, they'd be really mad. on the coil side or the plug side. Because the ones on the plug side do kind of weld themselves to the freaking plugs and wires sometimes. I mean, they're rubber, it's not welded, but it's you know, fair enough cop, right? Whee! No! Damn bright out here. I look like a crazy person. That's... So we get in the layer. Okay, so now that I've done that, we can finish that up later. And there are plug wire things where they do glue the boots to the freaking wire, which I hate. I've encountered them a couple of times, mostly on parts meant for Chevys, because Chevys are garbage. Never trust a GM product. Never buy a GM product. Never look at a GM product. If you see a GM product at a stoplight, run the other way because it's a bad omen. I need to go grab... I need to go grab a lawnmower real quick. I gotta do a thing. Three? No wonder I'm so dumb. Should have been doing it in there. Glasses. Pull this carb off of here real quick. But the schnozberries taste like schnozberries. I'm a crazy person, but it's okay because we all have fun here. I shall be back on camera here momentarily. Oh, crap speckle. Crap speckle. See, told you momentarily. Oh. It's right there, George. Yay. I mean, maybe it was glued on. I don't know. I wasn't there. Be like 6 or 7. I'll try 7. We'll see how it works. Not that. Okay. What guy right there? Ew. Now, we've got to do a thing. I've got to bring a trolley or something over here. Go grab my little cart. I mean, to be fair, most people don't pick things up as fast as I do. Funny story. So my last job, we get there, my roommate and I, and he's not a dummy. He's 90% as quick as I am, at least. So he's got that standard human thing where, oh, I only do this and I'm only ever gonna do this. Like, he limits himself. He can learn, he refuses to. But when I teach him something, he picks it up like immediately. But we get to this job, and it's a manufacturing job, and there's a product that we build at this company for a specific customer, and everyone hates it. Nobody likes working on this product because they can't figure it out. The monkeys, they fling poo at what they don't understand, right? Nobody can stand these things. There's stories. There's like, oh yeah, there was a guy that was here, some years ago, and blah blah blah. He figured out a bunch of stuff on him, but he didn't leave any notes. I'm like, why not take notes and leave them on the damn computer? It's not that hard. But there's been a big culture at this place for a long time of if you make yourself invaluable, they won't be able to fire you, which is stupid. It's companies will fire people for no reason. You might as well help the next guy out. It's not the next guy's fault. It's not the next guy's fault that something is hard, right? So it's like, I get in there and I'm looking at this product, and it's two pieces that are put together and then sealed and then shipped to the customer. Customer's not supposed to take them apart, but at the end of the day, it's the customer's product. They designed it. We just put it together for them, essentially. So whatever, that's a whole other story. The product though, super easy, crazy easy. It's you get into the schematic and you get into just the documentation that the customer provided, the engineering documentation, which was better than others, but not the best that I have seen. And all it is you got power. Power comes in, goes to a thing that's a power controller. If that power controller says, yes, this power is good, it turns on, sends power to a bunch of different places. Once those places are turned on, there's some other subsections that have their own power controllers. There's 2 or 3 of them. And if they get power, they'll check it. Is this power good? Yes. And they'll turn on. That's your power system. Like 12 active components, and then a bunch of capacitors, resistors, what have you, passives for stabilization and voltage dividing and just control systems. And then you have two computers, essentially. You have a computer and then you have an IC that facilitates communication between the computer and some other subsystems on the machine, is what it is. So it's just a computer. That's what a PC is. You have a CPU, the processor, and then you have the North Bridge, which facilitates the communication between the PCI bus and the USB bus and the hard drive buses and the rear I/O and all that. These days, the North Bridge is contained on the CPU, but it is still a separate piece of hardware conceptually. You need a communication system to facilitate the math system from sending information to other subsystems. Okay, you have that. It had Ethernet connection to the outside world. It had a radio connection to the outside world. It had a few different, you also had like a data, like you hook it up to a computer kind of connection. It wasn't USB, but it was just a data connection, proprietary thing. That you hooked it up to the outside world, and you could do stuff with and set states and send commands and get responses back. And then you had a radio. It was a radio. It was, you know, I can't get into details because, you know, NDAs and proprietaries and all that shit. But it was just a radio. You open up any fucking radio, and if you know what you're looking at on the radio, that's what this other thing was. It was a fucking radio. They laid it out a little bit differently. Instead of laying it out like here, like this, they laid it out like this or something. You know, it was laid out slightly differently. But there's only so many ways you can do these things. And so many times. Like I'd have, when we first got here, there were 4 shifts. And it was 3-day weeks, so the building was open 6 days a week, and you had 2 12-hour shifts each day, and 4 shifts total in a week. So I'd get in there, and I'd get units. You look up what's been done, what the customer complaint was, if it was a customer turd, or what the test complaint was, if it was a production unit that we had not yet shipped out, but we were trying to make work so we could ship it out. And every time I see somebody else's name in there, it's like, this failed. So-and-so did this, replace this, and this. These parts aren't even related to the circuit that this test is complaining about. They're not even close. They're replacing power system components when there's a radio problem. Or they're replacing, so many times, I had people replacing pull up and pull down resistors on data lines when it was a non-wetted pin on the IC. I had people, so it was two different units. It was this unit did this set of functions. This unit did this set of functions, and you put them together, and it became a single unit that did all the functions. Okay? So many times, you hook it up to the bench, you run the test, and it says, oh, there's this problem. They would take it apart, and they would start replacing parts on the second unit. And I go and I look at it, I'm like, it's this one part on unit 1. It's always this one part on Unit 1. It has always been this one part on Unit 1, ever since we started making these damn things. Replace that part. This is what it looks. So I made a whole freaking document. My roommate's actually been using it since they fired me to do the repairs on these units. They're getting rid of the product anyway, so it's not really a big deal. But it's just so funny that I got there and that became my thing, because I got in there and I'm like, what's so hard about these? The ones that were hard, in actuality, were the ones that the customer refused to give us proper documentation, or they refused to allow us to see the back end of the test systems. So they would design a test system themselves, and they would run it in-house for however long, and then they'd ship it to us, because now we're manufacturing them, and it's easier for us to test them as we manufacture them, rather than manufacture them, send them out, they get tested, they get shipped back, we can't test it, we fix some things maybe, and we ship it back, you know, that kind of thing. So there were a couple of customers like that. And all you can do is you plug it in, you push go, and it says failed on something. You're like, okay, what did it fail? Red. Well, I know that. Red means fail. What did it fail? It's bad. And we're just like, how are we supposed to do our damn jobs and make this product so that it works if you won't give us the ability to determine what's not working? Those are the actual hard ones. But, you know, I'm the asshole. Okay, doing a thing. Doing a thing. Be right back. I'm gonna grab a pen. I need a ride. Yoo-hoo. Okay. I'm gonna grab. I don't know if I can. This cable is not long enough. Oh, that's not what I was gonna do. I got unburied. You know what's super annoying? When you walk through a spider web and you think you get it all, but you don't, you're walking around and you just feel that little stringy string and you just cannot make it go away. That is super annoying. Unburied. Sort of. Sort of. Sort of. Sort of. Oh, sort of. Gravity spackles. Okay. Gulp, gulp, grab this thing right here. Whee! Okay. I'm gonna grab the thing over here. This thing over here. Also, in response to that last thing, I imagine that was my childhood friend there, the other person. Bam bam bam. Was ist los? Das ist Dreizig? Das ist Dreizig, no? Dreizig? Perhaps Zweizig? Zweizig! Yes! Haha! Yo, mate. That was kind of cool. Ew. There's some Gerp Gork in there. There's some Gerpity Gerp Gorks. Gerp Gork. I also need to start record-a-later-rating. Start recorder-rating. Yeah, I should probably set up a, what do you mean too loud? I'm looking at the, so that's the volume levels. The one that goes high is my speech, the microphone auxiliary there. The other one is the audio. How the hell is it too loud? Can I get a little bit clearer? Logitech? There we go. I mean, you can see, like, my voice is way, way louder. Unless when I'm facing away. When I'm facing away, I get... Because it is a shotgun mic, it's directional. So, when I face the other way... That's still loud. Huh. Yeah. I mean, I can. Put it down to there. So I see that in another stream too. There's a streamer I watch fairly regularly these days, and he gets that too, where like people will complain about the music being loud, and I'm like, I don't even hear the music. How is it too loud for them? So maybe it's that same effect. Maybe it's something to do with the way YouTube servers encode the stuff. Maybe it comes in on multiple tracks. Oh, hold on. Audio properties. me try a thing real quick. If we do that, I wonder, so if I do what I just did, I wonder if that will embed the audio as a single track. So it'll mix the audio together into a single track and then send that encoded stream out to YouTube servers. And perhaps then YouTube, because I've noticed a trend. A couple of different programs that I have used seem to like to change audio amplification on their own when doing some other processes that should not affect the audio gain whatsoever, yet they do. So I wonder if that's what that is. So I wonder if I embed them in a single track, if the server is going to automatically apply gain. Oh, maybe that's what it was doing. Maybe it was trying to add gain to the audio track, to the music audio, to make it match, to normalize it to the speech audio, which you don't want. The background audio is there just to give a little bit of, you know, something else for your brain to focus on during kind of the more boring bits, especially in live stream, where there's a lot of boring bits. I don't know. Let me know how it is now. I took it down 2 notches, so 10% gain, I guess. I also need to hit record. Start recording. Hopefully it encodes and then sends it to the disk. Not, you couldn't do it the other way around. Hopefully it's a single encoding stream and I haven't just started a new encoder by hitting record. I don't know. I've never recorded and streamed simultaneously. So, this bit is for Colin. We've got us, so I took the Craftsman carb off, and it's not going to be identical, obviously. It's not going to be exactly the same thing, but the principle is the same. And you can see there's a little bit of schmutz inside there. There's water in there, actually. Okay. But the principle is going to be the same. This one I won't be able to actually adjust because this is just the lawnmower carb. They're not really designed to be adjusted, and I don't know if your trike carb is designed with this system or with an adjustable system like one would expect on a motorcycle, a quad, something like that. So the first thing on carbs is if you open the bottom and you look down, you look at the engine side. So this will be engine side. No, this will be engine. Hold it backwards. So you look at the engine side. This is engine side, and you find the main jet is between the throttle and the. That's interesting. Okay, and you find your main jet. Right? I'm pretty sure this doesn't have. What's got to have a pilot system? So you've got a pilot system here. These two pilots. One is an air bleed, and one is the fuel for the pilot. Pushes. Anyway, what you do is you look for your main. Here's your main. And for this guy, way down in there, I don't know if you can see it in there, but way down in there is the main jet. These, I'm pretty sure, are not designed to be replaced. They're pressed in. But on a carb that is designed to have the jets replaced or serviced, it will be replaceable. It's usually a slot driver, so flathead driver. You definitely want to get the right size to do it. Otherwise, you can. I mean, cheap aftermarket carb, it's not that big a deal, really, right? At the end of the day, but if you can, ideally, get get the right screwdriver and pull it out so you don't damage the carb body. So that guy comes straight up into straight down into there. You can see that kind of brass tube sticking out in the air path. That's your main venturi. That is what the air passes over and sucks fuel up from this hole. So when I'm talking about float level, we've got us a container here. I got a clear container so we can kind of see what's going on. And you stick your carb in, your float moves up and down, right? And what you want is the float goes up to stop the fuel flow into the carburetor. So I'm gonna grab a tube real quick, if I can find a tube real quick. Of course, this whole running around like a chicken with a head cut off will get cut out of the video, but for the live stream, we can have it in here, it's fine. Okay, so, got me a little section of vinyl tube here. This is the really soft stuff too. So we'll get about yay much with my dull knife, and we'll cut that. Smells like hospital. Okay, I'm gonna stick him on there. Now, what we want to see is I'm going to blow into this. Right, we can see the bubbles. So we want to see the bubbles stop before the fuel hits the seal level, which I don't know if we can see in this camera. So, right there, which is just below the seal level. So this guy is borderline. If the float is set incorrectly, two conditions can occur. One is carburetor overfill, which means you will get fuel coming out of your main jet, or possibly even leaking at the seal of the full body. Pick this guy up. So you could get fuel coming into the air tract because you're overfilling the bowl, which I have seen a number of times. It's not unusual, it's not uncommon entirely. Or you get the float too low, which means you're fueled. So in this guy, it's very unlikely. You can see the main jet pickup body comes way down into the bowl. Like that is nearly the bottom of the bowl. Oh, that's your main. Never mind, that's your main jet. The bolt's the main jet. I forgot. So these fuel holes allow a specific flow rate of fuel through them. On this design of carb, on your bike carbs, it's going to be a removable jet. So on a lawnmower, you can, if you go like one size over, or if you mess with the exhaust system and you're getting more flow, you'll want to go up a size. Generally, that just means getting a welding tip cleaner and kind of filing the main jet out just the tiniest little bit, add more fuel to the system, and that's sufficient. For the bike carb, it was looking pretty rough. For the bike carb, it's going to be just a replaceable jet. It's probably going to be the standard Japanese style of jet, which is I don't know. There's two primary jet designs, and I can't remember one to the other which one is which. without looking at them. But that was a lot of water in there. Wow. But on your bike carb, you have this tang. This tang is going to be what the float needle rides on, and the level of you bend that just the ever tiniest little bit, and that will tell that point adjusts the point at which the fuel stops flowing into the carb and starts flowing into the carb as the fuel level changes. Because normally what you get is it'll just tiny little amount, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up. You use some fuel, it goes down, fuel fills up, it stops, shuts off, down, fill, up, stop, down, fill, up, stop, blah, 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 etc., etc., etc. So that is what you're looking for. Ideally, you should be able to find like a little tiny Tupperware container, and maybe if it's really a pain to get the carb off the bike, maybe do it on the bike. Ideally, a clear container that you can see, put a tube on it from the fuel fill and see where that thing stops filling. You would also, while you've got it out, if you're going to pull the carb out, what else you can do is stretch down, go grab the thing. I always recommend doing this. If I can find the thing. This thing. Okay. So, anytime you've got a carburetor out, unless you literally had it out yesterday and you're pulling it back out for some reason or another, I don't know, for something trivial. What you always want to do, take your can of your Panther piss here, and run it through all of your orifices. There we go. And make sure it shoots out, not the exact same rate because it's going to be a restriction, but make sure it shoots out at about the same pressure. There you go. As the can is outputting. There's no need to just crank it and blast it. You just, little tiny bit. But that way you can make sure all of your orifices are flowing correctly and moving fuel and air the way that they're supposed to. That is a critical one, I say, for carburetors. Dunk him in there to clean him off, just a smooch. Put him back on. Actually, before we put him back on, we're gonna check our main gem, which is gonna be decidedly sillier. Bam! Goes in one hole, comes out the other. Kind of like Taco Bell. Yeah. And that's really all there is to it. You're just making sure the stuff flows correctly and that your fuel level is not overflowing out of the carb and is in the carb high enough that your fuel circuits can pick it up and put it into the air circuits or circuit. And that gas is now contaminated, so we will be throwing that out. It's okay, I got a bin for that. We're just gonna put the Logitech up here for now. It's gonna have the same view as the, interesting. Whoa. Funnily enough, the Logitech is faster than the Canon. Because I have a feeling it's connection. They're both USB though. Maybe it's the hub they're on. Maybe one's on a main hub and the other's on a periphery. Don't know. Couldn't tell you. But what I can tell you is I'm gonna put this carb back on. Make sure the thing starts. Make sure I didn't break nothing. I'm gonna end this recording. Well, and then I guess if I make it a video short, it'll be. I already did the conclusion, didn't I? Already did the conclusion. Okay. Yeah. That's all you're doing, is you're making sure all the orifices flow. So you can stop the recording, which, technology, ain't she grand? I record on this laptop, and it saves the file on my desktop that I use to do video editing. I know a bunch of people, they're like, oh yeah, I got my external hard drive with my files. Bro, it's called a VPN. You have internet access where you're going at all. It's like, VPN. I'll drag files with you around on a hard drive that has a very high probability of failure due to vibration, mishandling, etc., etc. Like, come on. Come on, yo. Homie G Doug. An Irish fart should always lilt with laughter. And melt your shorts as well. Lion's fart should roar with power. Cuckoo should fart every hour. A nun's fart should have meaning but no smell. Strong man's fart should sound out like a trumpet. But pretty girls should barely even squeak. But the person you can trust is the one who'd rather bust than ever let one rip right on the streets. Now, from my old man, this really was an earful. I tried to understand just what he meant. His words were permanent and strong, so I wouldn't get them wrong. He was saying, be happy as I went. He was saying, watch my step, and as I pass, beware who I looked up to, and whatever else I might do, know that most of what you get from folks is just escaping gas. English fart just smell like cups of tea. The farting of a fairy, very light and airy. My father farts, I hope to be. Irish fart should always look laughter. Count your heart and count your shorts as well. Lion's fart should roar with power. Fart at the hour. A nun's fart should have meaning, but no smell. Strong man's fart should sound out like a trumpet. A pretty girl should barely be weak. Oh. Come on, then. I can't get the damn stopper out of the fuel line that I put in there. Oh. Last C2, a Tulio. Skadoosh. That was slightly annoying. Uh-oh. Oh, governor is air controlled in this thing. Whoa. I don't think I've ever seen an air controlled governor before. Tools thrown haphazardly in the top of the toolbox. Alright, so I've got carb back on. Spilled a little bit of fuel. We're gonna let it dry up in the sun for a second. Then I'll start it up. We'll make sure she's golden. Make sure she's golden ticket. Okay, okay. Is there any of this left? I bet. Drink, drink, drink. Okay. That's where you want it. What am I doing? I'm going to start the lawnmower. One sticky icky. Two sticky icky. Hey, let's start this bad boy. Vroom vroom there, party starter. Blingle Dingenhorn. Lawnmower starts full pull. Didn't even pull it all the way. Pulled it halfway. I went. Shoved it. It's good. It's good, ja. Okay, now I've got to look up 13 in freaking German. It's stuck in my head now. I gotta see if I got it right. 1, 2, 3. 13. Now, the German might do the same thing as Spanish, where it's 9, 10, 10 and 1, 10 and 2, 10 and 3, 10 and 4, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay, so... the 13 is... what is that? Cardinal numbers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? Pretty sure it's cardinal. So 13 N. 10 is N. Well, Z. So 3 Z. Yeah. 3 and 10. Oh, they go all the way through the 10s like that. Okay. So German. So English gets its cardinal naming system from the Germanic then. Because in Spanish, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What is it? 11, 12, 13, 14, 15? No? Yeah, 15 is the change, right? 15, 16, 18. Now I gotta look it up. But it... yeah, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, so the change is at 6, not 5. I was saying it in my head, and I was like, shouldn't it be 15? And then 16, 17. So in Spanish, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 10 and 6, 10 and 7, 10 and 8, 10 and 9. And then 20, 20. And then in German, it's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh. That's similar, actually. So 10 11, 12, 10 and 3, 10 and 4, 10 and 5. Huh. 11, 12. Yeah, we get it from the Germanic. Because in English, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 11, no 10s, 12, 12, no 12, no 10s, 10, 4, 10, 5, 10, 6, 10. We get it from the Germanic. Because the Latin, what is it in French? French and Italian, I guess. So let's try French. Little did you know this was going to turn into an informative stream about how to count in various languages. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, go away. No. If you're gonna give me pop-ups, I am not going to your fucking site. I will not go to a website that gives you an unclosable pop-up without interaction. No, I won't do it. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Is that 4? Or is it? Yeah, it's gotta be 3. 4. 6? French is just 6? I mean, it's pronounced differently, obviously. I'm not an expert on French. I'm not even gonna try. 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, so French is the same as Spanish. Except, so in French, it's 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 10 and 7, 10 and 8, 10 and 9. Okay, now I gotta look up Italian. Okay, this is a rabbit hole. This is a rabbit hole I was not expecting to go down today. I go down rabbit holes all the time. This one was completely unexpected. 10. Oh, Italian. Italian is a base 10 counting system, like in reality. English, apparently we're English and, was it German? Yeah, English and German are base 12 counting systems initially. That's why we have a name, a specific name for up to 12, and then after that, it's adding a new order of magnitude and saying order of magnitude number, or number plus order of magnitude, whichever way you say it. In English, we say number plus order of magnitude for the teens, and then we switch it up at the 20s and we call it order of magnitude number. So 13, right? So 3 and 10, 4 and 10, 5 and 10, and then 20 has its own name. So 2 10s, 20, 2 10s, and then 2 10s and 1, 2 10s and 2, 2 10s and 3. We say the order of magnitude first. It's number times order of magnitude, then the number. So we say it. Why do we do it that way? Probably because 10-3 would sound really annoying. 10-4, 10-5, 10-6, 10-7. What Spanish does, though. What Italian does, Italian is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, probably 10. 13, 14, 15, 16. Oh, wow, wait a minute, then they switch it up. Okay, so 10, 10. Okay, that's where you get a new order of magnitude. Then they have number 10, so 11, essentially. Undice. Then you have dodice, which is 12, 2. Tredice, 13. 14, 14, 15, 15. Sedice, 16. I don't know if it'd still be a ch or a s, if it's an s or a ch, but 17 or 17, 18, 19. So it switches at 6, 7. So you have 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and then at 7, you don't go 17, you say 10 and 7, 10 and 8, 10 and 9, 20, 20, 21, or 21, there's no I there, so 21, 2 and 1, 22, 2 and 2, okay, and all the way through the 20s. And then it keeps that format through all of the second order of magnitude numbers. Interesting. Okay, now I gotta do it. Sorry, whoever came here for car stuff, we're doing numbers today. Okay, what do we want? Swedish? What do the Swedes do? Numbers in Swedish. That's where that comes from. Nothing. Something else in my head that would take hours to explain, probably. Okay. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, what? 7, 7, 7, or 7. Ata, you know? Okay. And then 10, 11, that's where probably the word 11 comes from. 11, 12, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, so that's where we get those from. It's from the, what'd you call that? I guess Scandinavian? So that kind of format, which is probably a long derivative from the Northern Germanic. So the thing is the Scandinavians, the Norse, have kind of been in that area for a very, very long time. We're talking on the order of, I don't know, since Hindu was created initially, probably? I don't know. Something like that. So I don't know what would have come first. If you trace all these languages back, do the Scandinavian tongues derive from a Germanic origin? And then as you move further south, it becomes Anglo. And as you move north, it becomes Scandinavian. That's kind of somewhere. Stand by. I don't remember where the dividing line is there. I'm gonna go look. Zoom, 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 zoom. I want the planet. Planet, 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 planet. Okay. We scroll. So yeah, it'd be north of Germany, right? Because Denmark, well, I guess it'd be north of, because Denmark, okay, so Denmark is about where those languages appear to be diverging. If you look at language today in its current form, there's a dividing line that is Denmark, essentially. Below that So you get Germanic moving, you know, east and west of Germany, a little bit south of Germany, and then you've got the Asian coming in from the east and southeast up through, well, and then you would have had the Assyrian influences, right? So the what we call Middle Eastern today, coming out of northern Africa, and the what is that area called? There's a name for that region. Garden something. I can't remember. Totally not even looking at it. Okay, there's nothing in chat. I'm totally not even looking at the stream chat at this point. Oh, okay. So that's quite interesting actually, because you can look at like the languages and kind of the way they've flowed through history, where they've mixed up all the cables on the top of your car that you're using as a desk to record stuff, you know. Oh, sorry, that's just me. Yeah, so you get Italy, right? Hotbed of culture, 3,000 years ago, 4,000 years ago. Greece, hotbed of culture, 4,000 years ago. The UK was kind of... England was doing its own thing. England and Ireland and Scotland. Northern France. That whole region was just kind of, at this point in time, when recorded history and recorded language specifically was kind of starting to make it everywhere, the plebeians to the proletariat, right? So 4,000 or 5,000 years ago, Egypt was a hotbed of culture. Egypt was on its way out though, so I don't know if Egypt had so much. They had a lot of influence, and that's probably where a lot of this Jordan, Israel, Syria, Iraq, Saudi Arabia kind of region, there's a lot of influence that bled east out of Egypt into those areas. And then you had Iran, what is today Iran, Syria, I guess. I don't remember what the people were called, like the kind of the main group of people that kind of were conquering everything in that region at that time. Like a bunch of stuff was happening around that time period, and cultures were just, they were super flexible, super fluid. Stuff was moving around all over the place. If you were an entity that lived 1,000, 2,000 years at a time, and you were to watch this, it looked like fungal cultures, just different fungal colonies trying to overtake each other, right, for supremacy. Kind of cool, actually. The history stuff. I'm a big fan of the, I guess you'd say, the non-violent side of planetary history. The violent side, humans are angry monkeys that do nothing but try to kill each other. That even today, that's all it is. You spend your entire life trying to teach yourself how to not be that monkey. That's what being human is. But yeah, looking at, I mean, I am a product of both halves of my genetic structure, right? So some bits I get from one side, some bits I get from the other. Now I'm curious. Okay, so here's a good one for you. Greenland and Iceland were settled by the Norse as they headed out across the seas, and they came across these islands, because if the glacier melts, I don't know how much land is actually underneath the Arctic. I mean, I guess in 300 years or so, we'll find out, right? When the glaciers finally recede mostly completely. I don't know how much land is down underneath there. Antarctica is mostly land, so perhaps the Arctic is also. But as the glaciers recede and the planet recovers from the Ice Age, water levels will rise a little bit. So maybe what is now land will be underwater. Time will tell. But now, because Greenland and Iceland were settled initially by the Norse, they have the Norse background. But because of their isolation, their language has developed noticeably different from, notably, Iceland. Iceland is, and I don't know what the language is called. Is it Icelandic? Looks like it's just Icelandic. Okay, oh, that's effectively, okay, now I gotta look up Finnish, because that's effectively Swedish. Okay, so, alright, we're gonna turn this on here. Firefox. Okay, so we're gonna go back through this. So I started in German, okay? So if you look, eins, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, right? And they sound roughly similar to what we use in English for many of these. 9, 9. What comes before 10? 9. What comes before 9? 8, 8, 8. 7, 7. 6, 6. The same damn word. Given, 200 years and 6,000 miles. The same word. Okay, so we're going back to this. 11, 12, 12, or 11, 11, 12, 12, and then 3 and 10, 4 and 10, 5 and 10, 6 and 10. Okay. Then we go to Spanish. Spanish is 11, 12, 13, or 11, 12, 3rd, 4th, 5th. We don't have words for that, I have no idea. And then 10 and 6, 10 and 7, 10 and 8, 10 and 9, 2 and 10. Right? Then French. Un, deux, trois. Those are the only three I know how to actually say in French. And then you get same thing. 11, 11, 12, 12. Bam. Okay, up to 6. And then 10, 10 and 7. 10 and 8, 10 and 9, 2 10s. Italian. 10, 1 and 10, 2 and 10, 3 and 10, 4 and 10, 5 and 10, 6 and 10. That's what I mean when I say it's a base 10 numbering system. Everything after adding the order of magnitude, the 1 to the 0, is the order of magnitude plus the cardinal number. Right? So Italian actually is seemingly the only people on the planet that have it right. Then you go to Swedish. Then you have what we have now. 11, 11, 12, 12. And then you move back into the 3 and 10, 4 and 10, 5 and 10, 6 and 10, 8 and 10. Okay? So they start at 13, just like in English. Which is why it says probably where we got that from is the Scandinavian. Or it's probably German originally, and as the languages diverged and the cultures diverged. Wait, do they consider... Oh, do they consider Scandinavian a Germanic derivative? Is that how we look at it? Because Icelandic, Northern Germanic. Okay. And then 10, 11? 11. 11. Not sure. Yeah, 13. Same thing here. Same as in German, same as in English. Same as in Swedish. It's 3 and 10, 4 and 10, 5 and 10, 6 and 10, all the way to 20. Oh, and then it just becomes 2 tens and. Oh, and. Just 2 tens and 1 ein. 2 tens og 2. 2 tens and. I don't know how to say that character. Okay, what about Finnish? I also want to look up Romansh. I have a feeling it's going to be the same as the Scandinavian. That was kind of stinky. Okay, so Finnish. Eventually, I'd like to move to Finland. Become a citizen. Get a driver's license. Takes a year to get a driver's license in Finland. It's freaking awesome. Okay, so... Oh man, these numbers. Okay. Give me a second. Iksi, kaksi. Kolme. That feels Russian to my mouth. I'm not saying that right. Yeah, Finnish is a thing on its own, man. It's Scandinavian, derivative of apparently Northern Germanic languages, but not Finno-Ugric. So it is its own thing. Okay, so it's probably that moving south met with the Germanic moving north, and that's where you get what we call modern day today Scandinavian. Might have to look that up later. That's interesting. Something else that's really interesting is the segue to our sponsor. Oh, damn you, Linus. Your bad segues. Something else that's interesting, though, is if you look at the language primarily spoken in South Korea, there's a bunch of different ones from different regions. So I'm focusing mostly on the primary one that deals with the West out of Seoul. And you compare that to Eastern Hindu, or Hindi. Hindu's a religion. So you compare that to Eastern Hindi. There are a lot of words that are either very similar or just the same word, which at the end of the day, the human mouth can only make so many different shapes to make words, right? So you're gonna have crossovers somewhere. You've got to. Just statistically impossible to not have crossovers. But you can see kind of where the cultures met, coming from China south and then west, and then from the Middle East south and east, and that disputed area kind of in the south of India. Because we come over here, where's Korea? Korea's over here somewhere. I don't even know, like off the top of my head. How bad is that? I was like, you're gonna populate? Yeah. Where the hell is not that far south. It's up here. Oh, there we go. Peninsula. I was like, peninsula. So, as language moved from... See, that's weird because, like, you have the entirety of China between Korea and India. And then you have this, where's the disputed land? This stuff right here, right? Between, maybe it's here, maybe it's Nepal. There's a region of the Himalayas that is really, really disputed. Everybody's got their freaking armies over there. But it's funny because you can see what happened to the language as it moved kind of this way and this way, and the divergences and the similarities. So imagine if you go and you look at Laotian, you look at Thai, you look at what the hell's the primary language in Bangladesh? I don't even remember. I don't even know that I ever knew in the first place, honestly. But you look at the language, across kind of that line. If you drew a straight line, this region of India has a lot of word similarities to what is currently spoken in South Korea. And it's like, so what happened there? It's because you see, like, China is in the way. What happened there? But then you look at, oh wait, there's two primary languages in China right now, as it stands today. One of them Mandarin, one of them Cantonese. Anybody that watches this at any point can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Cantonese is north, Mandarin is south, primarily. So, what happened? Did they move east out of India, some group of people, and they move across here, keeping along the south, and they get to here or so, and they're like, let's make some boats. Yeah. They hop out. Some of them get to Japan. Some of them get to the peninsula that is now Korea. Did they come across here and move just along the coastline? And, it's, I don't like my father's village. I'm going to start my own village. And you move 40, 50 miles or a week or so out from your father's village, and you start your own new village. A couple of you and your friends. Whatever, stuff like that. Or was there civilization in China? It moved west into what is now India and the Middle East, and it moved east into Japan and Korea. I don't know, actually. I want to say I've looked it up before, but I don't use it, so other stuff takes its place. I delete it. Okay, so back to this. So 10 finishes. Okay. So finish is cool, right? So finish is a base 10 numbering system also, like Italian, which is interesting. Why is it that way specifically? Because it comes to 10, and then it goes 1 and 10, 2 and 10, 3 and 10, all the way through 20. Oh, and then it's 2 10s and a 1, 2 10s and a 2, 2 10s and a 3. They flip it. 30. Yeah, so after 20, they keep the number of 10s and a number, number of 10s and a number. So what happens in the hundreds, I wonder? That is cool. Okay. Probably gonna spell this wrong. Is there an E? Oh. It's an S. And no E. What? There's various dialects of Romansh. Interesting. I don't even know where Romansh comes from, honestly. Okay, so 1, that looks like derivatives of both Latin and Germanic. Latin, 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 Germanic. I'm gonna say Germanic. Germanic, Germanic, Latin, Latin. 1 and 10, 2 and 10, 3 and 10, 4 and 10, 5 and 10, all the way to 20. Then it's 2 10s and a 1, 2 10s and a 2, 2 10s and a 3, 2 10s and a 4. Everybody's doing that. We need to fix this. There needs to be no wonder kids can't learn freaking numbers and they can't do math. There's no consistency in numbers. We need to come up with a new numbering naming system. I'm gonna say schematic for a second. Okay. We're just gonna close this. Fine. Turn off Firefox capture. So that's interesting. That's very interesting. Now that I've spent an hour wasting time looking at just numbers. And not even numbers, just what numbers are called. But language, cultures, and numbers all interest me very, very much. They're very interesting. Bitty interesting. I'm gonna put the Logitech camera back in this thing. Ah! That's not what I wanted to do. Back in my headliner here. Okay. And then, hey, let's point in the right direction already. All right. No mail for us. We need mail. Oh. That's probably why I'm not very good at singing on my own. Just I do that too much. I've damaged my vocal cords or something. I don't know. I think that's fine. I'm just gonna tape over top of all that. On one, I'm gonna put some bubble wrap. Bubble wrap. That can be tricky. Yeah, doing the research on that refractory blanket. So it's a ceramic refractory. The primary constituent of which is a silica ceramic. Which is, silicon. Don't put silicon in your body. It's really not good for you. And those little particles, so the particles of a ceramic-based refractory break into smaller particles, sparticles, than fiberglass normally does, under the same material, under the same handling conditions, etc., etc. So what ends up happening actually is they'll get into your lungs, but they'll lodge themselves further into the what's called the raviolis in your lungs. Alveoli, alveola, raviolis. So they'll lodge themselves more readily and more logidly into the tissues of your lungs, and it takes longer to come out, and something about the way that your body tries to deal with it is a little bit worse than fiberglass. So you can avoid it. Don't breathe it in. Bad stuff. Why is this out here? Okay, so tape. Tape. I'm gonna wash that real quick. Because before I put this thing down, I'm going to seal-sealate this whole thing. Means I've got to wipe it. Even the energy drink right now, I'm just like, I don't know, kind of fuzzy headed. Probably because it's energy drink and no food. I should probably really stop doing energy drink for breakfast. I'm gonna take a minute, I'm gonna take a breather, and go get some water, real quick. I'll put the be back in a bit message up, just in case somebody pops in and sees stuff and things and what you call it. If you see anybody in chat, let them know I'm just getting a drink of water and taking a breather for a moment, and I'll be back in just a minute. Thank you. Charge this battery. We're going to turn this off. Power off. I'm going to send out texts to people, see if I can't get them to come join the stream. Returns our romantic walks and killing the unborn. Your club and hoods make it kinda hard to ski, I'm Satan. Stephen Lynch, funny man. Facebook and consistency. Not sure they know what that word means. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Wah, 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 wah. Wah, 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 wah. Okay. We are taping that. That's what we're doing. And then I've got to pull this back. Of course, I have no fingernails to pull the backing off. One of these days, probably going to come up with a better solution for this. Instead of refractory tape, something that I can... I'm going to pull the mic into the car. Maybe. Maybe I'll pull the mic into the car. Hello? Hello? Thank you. Oh, we're all tangled. Hey, Joe Moji. What's going on? Gonna unplug the mic for a second. I think we can just dingly dangly the makety micrety phone inside like that. All right. Like I was saying, one of these days I'm going to come up with a better solution for this. This is an experiment, which has been, I'm not going to say wildly successful, but it's been pretty successful. I need a freaking chair. Ugh. You know, if only cars came with like some kind of a sitting device with a cushion of some kind that you could place your bottom upon and that provided some modicum of comfort. Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that just be amazing if that were the case? Man. So, how's things been going, Jojo? Jojo Ma? Have you had any bizarre adventures? I mean, Holly Ann's still in Vegas, so that's a bizarre adventure on its own. And that girl is a bit of a character. She's fun though. I like Holly Ann. He is one of my closer friends as it stands today. I mean, I guess technically all the people that I call friend or that call me friend are close friends because I don't easily make friends. And those friends that I do have, I do try to tend to keep them around because, you know, it takes kind of a special person to put up with me. You can verify that statement by asking my dead wife-fiance, whatever you want to call it. My mom will argue with me, whatever word I use. You could ask her, but she's dead. You could ask my roommate. You could ask my mother. It's okay. I get my difficulty. Well, no. I was gonna say I get my difficulty from my mother, but it's both. Definitely both. Oh, this is not comfortable at all. And of course now my fat head's in the way, you can't really see anything that I'm doing. So, we cut the tape, we place the tape. We cut the tape, we place the tape. Come on. Ah. Go. I did that wrong. It's okay. That's what skizzers are for. You skizzerate all the stuff. Crap spackle. Okay, so this is gonna be fun. When I say fun, I mean not fun at all. Because I don't like those in my driveway. Oh, because there's nothing to stick the tape to beyond kind of this point. Because it will not stick to the asphalt for sure. But we're going to put the tape over it anyway, just to seal the fibers. So when I drive and wind in the cabin, whatever, doesn't pick them up and blow them into my face. Because ceramic refractory and lungs, they don't mix. So, you know, something about like that. And I will come up with a better solution at some point. Before I start fully designing interior bits for this thing. Actually, what I might do at some point, what I might end up doing is contacting a manufacturing firm and seeing if they can't manufacture for me ceramic refractory with aluminum backing, like the Automotive stuff with the fiberglass refractory, but the ceramic instead. Miss Vegas yet? No. B, go away. Go away. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Not garage for you. Outside. Yes, thank you. Also, do you mean that guy? Alive? So, a couple days ago, if you're interested, you can go watch the VOD from yesterday. Full explanation there. But, oh, it's a big bumblebee. Okay. Yesterday, I discovered a brake leak in the hard line right in the middle of the body. So I've got to replace a hard line, which is lovely. I imagine getting down there and doing anything, at the very least the other one's going to Dragonfly. What is in this garage that bugs think that there's something for them in here? Is it just empty space they can fly into? Is that what it is? I don't know. But I imagine getting down in there and doing the one hard line for the one brake will probably end up damaging at least the other brake line and causing another leak. So it's a matter of, do I want to spend maybe $1,000 fixing the brake leak on the Accord, because I would much prefer to have a Honda than most other vehicles? Or do I spend $1,000 fixing a Hyundai that I purchased last year that has front end damage also, and you know, just it's $1,000 in parts for either one to fix kind of all of the stuff that's broken in the areas that are broken. Still haven't done the timing belt of the water pump on the Accord. I have the parts. They're over there. But it's a car. It runs. I mean, even with the brake leak, it's a small brake leak. It's a rust fracture, so it's tiny. But it runs. Not a problem with it, other than the brakes. My head's kind of fuzzy. Okay, what am I doing? Alright, so I taped that. Bubble wrap. That's what I need. Where did I put the bubble wrap? I gotta figure out where I put the bubble wrap. I gotta move this cart back away from where I need to walk. Oh. Now, you go right there. And then I've got to find the bubble wrap. Yeah, I keep meaning to do the time belt and water pump. And I just don't. Like I said, I've got the parts. I bought the parts in Vegas. I just haven't done it. I've also got to do the so the Hondas, specifically 80s through early 2000s. I don't know about the newer stuff, but the Honda transmissions, there's a solenoid pack for the 4-speeds at least. So you have 0001, 1011 for your shifting your gears, and it's a single unit shaped kind of like that ish, that has a single gasket with some screens on it. These transmissions don't have a tranny filter. They have those screens, and that's it. The way you service it is you drain it and you fill it. Usually what you do is you drain it, you fill it, you drive it, you get it nice and hot again. So you get it hot, you drain it, you fill it, you drive it around, get it back hot, you drain it, you fill it. You do it twice in one service, and that cleans most of the dirty, nasty, gunky stuff out of there. But what ends up happening is, as transmissions wear, you get clutch debris, you get just little metal flecks from the gears meshing, you know, standard wear and tear. Some of them are larger than the holes in the screen, so they get caught in the screen. What generally happens on Honda transmissions of this design is they'll start slipping. They're slipping because there's no fluid pressure to push the clutches together to engage the gear. It's not the clutches slipping, technically. It's the fluid not having enough pressure. So what you should do is every 80 to 100,000 miles, replace that gasket with the screens. And these transmissions will last 500,000 miles. They'll last 1,000,000 miles as long as you service them correctly at you know, an acceptable interval. And I've got the screen over there. I've ordered it and I've got it handy dandy. And I've had it for like a month. I just haven't done it yet. I did do a drain and fill service, so the 2x drain and fill 6 months ago. It was starting to feel a little bit sluggish in the shift, so I figured I'd do that first and see if it cleared it up. And it's still borderline sluggish, so it definitely needs the screens replaced and the solenoids cleaned out. I mean, I could do that today. I can show you guys how to do that. Means I have to set up the canopy. I also want to check the V-dub, because it did the funny limp mode shift thing again this morning when I went to go get drinks. Bubble wrap. I was looking for bubble wrap. My brain is not working this morning. Like, I am all kinds of fuzzy. Gonna find, the bubble. The bubble bunch. Do 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 do. Oh, is that it right there? I think that's it right there. Oh, that's not light. Oh my god, no. That is not light. Hey. Hey, what do you know? Pasta the zoo, huh? Pepperoni, spaghetti, and ravioli. Bubble wrap. Ta-da! So you take this and you put this over top of that, and now you got double insulation. This is meant for duct work. I have a video about the insulation. I didn't record the insulation because I didn't start doing that. I did the insulation stuff and I was like, people have been telling me for a couple of years that I should start a YouTube channel and just like record this stuff and be my own silly, wacky, ridiculous self while doing it. And I didn't listen to any of them. Mostly it's been Sean telling me, Mr. Crippen. But other people have mentioned it. I think you've mentioned it before, Joe. Telling you about some stuff, you're like, yeah, you should make a YouTube video. So here we are. I kind of think I want to put bubble wrap over these corners here. These corners here. Partially because I don't have to tape it on there. I can Sprizzity spray it with the liquid tape. Aerosol adhesive. You know what, from now on, fuck it, liquid tape. Call it liquid tape. Respiratory tape. It's funny. Shut up. Also what I need to do, also, I need to cut that section up there out for the holes for the bolts. So I can bolt my steering mount and laptop mount into the car. So we're gonna do that real quick. smarty pants, I'm a smarty pants, yay, I'm a smarty pants. Woo. There we go. All right. I guess what I could do is probably not a bad idea. What we'll do is some stuff's gonna do some funny stuff on the screen probably for a minute, but I'm going to do this on the fly. Oh, welcome to the world of tomorrow. Let's call this Big Logitech. We'll call this Big Canon. Oh, actually, delete that. Sorry. We want to copy this. Duplicate. Yeah. I cannot type all that Big Logitech. And then what we'll do, all identical except we'll unlock this guy, unlock this guy. This will be the full screen guy. And this will be the up and Adam Ant guy. And he needs to go above him. Hey, how about that? Eh? Is that a better pasta fazool? Huh? You get some ravioli, you get some spaghetti, some marinara on it, and Parmesan cheese. What do you know, huh? And then when I'm up here, I go click, ta-da! And then when I go inside, click, ta-da! 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 I also could probably use multiple microphones. So here, we'll run a test real quick. So, little me, Canon, garage, okay? Shotgun mic faces literally right here at the camera lens because it's mounted on the Canon's cold shoe. So, this probably sounds fine. I talk pretty loud when I'm doing streaming and video recording anyway. But sometimes I just, I don't know, mumble to myself, I guess, whatever you want to call it. So, first question. If I talk normally, can you hear me this way? Is it loud enough? Is it clear enough? Does it cut out? Question 2. If I'm talking in here, can you hear me? Am I clear? Am I loud? Oh. I thought I had a question 3, but that's just it. 2 questions. So, if I whisper and I'm in front of the camera, well, not whisper, I guess. If I speak at a normal volume in front of the camera, can you hear me? And then how clear is it when I get inside and I'm projecting? Because when I'm inside the car with the mic inside the car, it's fine. I can talk normally. Yeah, because I've got go back to this guy. So I've got the passenger front door removed, but all the rest of the doors are still on. And I mean, the windows are up. Maybe I should roll the windows down. Driver front's down, but let me roll the windows down, see if that makes any changes. Because I definitely want to kind of come up with, like, you know, a format, a set thing that I'm like, every time I do this, I do this and this and this, instead of like doing it on the fly. So, okay. Back windows only open halfway because there's a wheel well in the door. So, let's try this again. Inside, projection. I am inside a car. I'm inside a car, and this is as loud as I will be talking. And make some shifty. kind of car noises. No horn because the battery's disconnected. Okay. How was that? I like that pop-up. It's just like... What am I, a teenage girl on TikTok? I've also thought about... Hold on. Okay. So sometimes I do... I get on the laptop and I explain some things like my process and stuff. So I also have Windows key X, Device Manager. The laptop has its own webcam, which generally is disabled. But what I could do is enable that bad boy, duplicate the big Logitech, and we'll call this browser Asus Cam Pip. Okay? And then what this one will be, shut up, is know that, yes this, open Firefox real quick. So Firefox, we're just going to delete the Irfan because I don't need it for this thing. And then I will add video capture device, Asus webcam. It's gonna be this guy. Oh, hee hee, hardy har, hard me. A little fuzzy, wrong side. It's a fuzzy. Can we? Oh, that's 1280 by 720. It's the same thing the Canon does. Not very good. We also need to turn off the Asus webcam. We're going to put it 0. We're going to mute it. And then we're going to hide it. So we still only get the microphone. We're going to make this guy small. Put him, I don't know, over there-ish. And then this way, lock him in place. Move him down, move him down. That should be fine. I kind of want to transition. Right? I don't know how transitions work in this, in OBS. Come on. Give me the... Why will you not let me... Get there. There we go. Transitions over there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think we crashed. No? No crash? Still going? Are we still going? I've got nothing but a white screen. Oh boy. If you're still there, I might have broke it. I'm gonna open it up and see what it shows. Interesting. Yeah, it did this to me the other day too, where OBS just bros all together. If I change the scene, does that fix it? No. Come on. What if I do this? Really? My preview? Enable preview. Yeah, so switching between scenes seems to have a problem in OBS. It just does not work. That works. If I put it in a window, maybe I just have it running in a separate window. Because I would like to be able to see what the heck I'm doing, right? Obviously. So, we're here, and then I switch this guy, and we're here, and then I switch this guy, and we're here. There's a lot of technology to get working straight all at the same time. Okay, so, oh yeah, now we're gonna get streamception. I'd like to find a way. Can I make this guy always on top? Maybe. Is there a way to do that? I kind of wish I had like a foldable second screen kind of laptop. Like, that'd be cool. You take and like fold a screen up or fold it out to the side or pull it out to the side or something like that. That would be nifty. Oh, that's really bad quality, YouTube. Okay, so yeah, I don't know why preview in OBS doesn't work. That's really strange. Huh. I mean, that's fine. I can do a... How did I get that? Windowed projector? Yeah, so I can make it... Yes, thank you. I can make it that. Okay, so what are we doing? Are we doing stuff inside? I think we're doing stuff inside. What? This is still showing me a Seuss cam now. Blah, 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 blah. Damn it. I gotta figure this out. Okay, now it's on the correct projector. If I move it here, go back. Okay. I've got something working, at least. I will have to get into OBS's forums and let them know about that bug where the projector with multiple scenes pulling from the same capture sources, that you have the scenes are just set up to change the capture arrangements. It locks up the inbuilt preview. So, bubble wrap. That's what we're doing. Bubble wrap, bubble wrap, bubble wrap. I'm not even gonna measure it. Huh. We're just gonna eyeball it. Yeehaw! I got plenty. Like, this whole roll was like $6, and I don't even think I've used a half of it yet. Okay. So, how are we doing this? How are we doing this? We are going to measure it, actually. We are going to measure it. I just had an idea. I just had me one of them there thinkity thought ideas. If I can find the damn tape measure. I just had it like yesterday. Not like yesterday, actually yesterday. I had it yesterday on the bench. Joe! Where'd the tape measure go? Where'd it go, Joe? Where did Mojo Jojo? What the hell? I'm losing my damn mind. I swear to God. It's just like it leaks out in my sleep or something. I feel like John Travolta. Like, I don't know. Maybe Johnny Depp. But where's the tape measure gone? Why is the tape measure gone? The hell did it go? This is kind of annoying. You know, we would be doing interesting stuff if I weren't a nutcase and I could find the things that I need to find. That's weird. Up there. Up there. What was the last thing I measured? The last thing I measured was stuff on the bench to cut. Hi, I'm Ryan. I'm insane, apparently. I put things down, and I don't know where they go. Woo, I'm tall. It's not over there. Does this face convey confusion? Maybe it's constipation. Can't tell between the two sometimes. It's kind of hard for me. If it were soft, I wouldn't be constipated. Dad jokes for the win. Oh. Where the shizzle did it go dizzle? Mother flizzle. Is it in the top of the toolbox? Does not appear to be in the top of the toolbox. Hi, I'm Ryan for But It Runs. On today's stream, we're going to be walking around in circles for 3 hours while I slowly lose my shiz. This is peak entertainment, folks. Right here. This is it. Maybe if I sneak around the shop, I'll find out where it ran off to. Right? It was right, you can hear it. It was right here. Hello? Tape measure. Are you under these small things? These tiny things? These itty bitty minuscule things. Oh my jeez. Oh my jeez. And you know, the moment I find it, I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, duh. Of course that's where it is. Why would it be anywhere else? Right? That's exactly how this is gonna go. I'm like, oh yeah, that's where yeah. That's fine. Oh. I mean, I don't have to measure it. I can just lay it down and do it by eye, as it were. If I tilt my head back, can you see any brain in there? Is there anything in there? Okay, I'm gonna show you a thing. No, I never got to use the radios. The bits that I did were hanging out by the bathroom and Genevieve's office when they cut they cut her Ethernet, which was also the phone because it was voice over IP. So Genevieve lost all of her everything in that office. So, you know, no security staff at that facility for like a week. That was the extent of mine. And then DeGay had to go blibbity blabbing over to the hell was his name? The one guy. He was like, wait, what? You guys are doing what? Oh, we're gonna put an end to that. But yeah, okay, so I switched the cameras because I want to show you guys a thing. I have been looking for like 10-15 minutes for a tape measure, okay? That is where we're at today. We are looking for the tape measure and Dora the Explorer or Ducky Momo. At the bridge, it's over there to your left. Your other left. Right? Okay. Are you ready for this? Yeah. I just did all of that. Okay, so we're gonna come from about ish there-ish. About 56. I'm also gonna move the mic into the cabin because that's where we're gonna be mostly. Please don't be tangled. The heck? Oh, well that's about to fall out. There we go. Put us a little fix on that, y'all. We're gonna move the Macrity phone. Trying to be gentle so we don't rattle our viewers' earlobes, earballs, feet. Actually, I tell you what. Okay, so microphone dangling in the car. How's this instead? If I were to imagine for a moment that I've switched to the Canon cam. Okay? I'm over here doing stuff. If I'm talking over here, we do a thing, blah, 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 blah. You know, get done making a bunch of noise. And then I'm over here talking to stuff. And, you know, Canon cam is bigger, blah, blah, blah. The shotgun mic is in the car, but the passenger front door is off. So, how does this sound, me talking kind of over the welder at the microphone? Does that sound any better? It's a pasta fazool, huh? Where's 56? 56. There. This will take up a bunch. Okay, now I need this guy. All right, now we're in here.
We are in here.
We're just gonna kind of spritzity spray this whole kind of region. After I find a rag and wipe it off. Because it's gotten dirty in the last month or so. Month or so. Doodly doo 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 doo. What is that from? Doodly da 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 da. Sounds really familiar. Okay, now. Oops. And then we're going to take and put the first half on here. Oh, that is not a friendly thing. Yeah, kind of like this. Oh yeah, there we go. Look at that. Oh, and of course I left the scissors out here. Okay. It's, at some point, I might end up doing multiple microphones and then having them record tracks as stereo. So one mic will be left channel, one mic will be right, and then post mixing them via maybe OBS or something to mix them into mono. So it's a single track containing both audios, and but you need some way to select if you're doing that. I'd have to have some other program that would select the audio based on the highest gain or the highest input. I don't know how you do that. And I don't even know if that exists. Might have to like build it myself or pay somebody to build it. This is going to be Razor Blade. Razor Blade. Come here, Razor Blade. Razor Blade. Down like this. And then like along here. There we go. Go a little hole. Alright. Now we can take and do this other half right here. Oh, all right there, Cletus. There we are. Oh, there we go. Yeehaw. Ah, other friend. Hi, other friend. I almost screamed at the kid outside too. I screamed, hi, other friend, at the camera. Kid rides his bike by and he's yelling at his friend and waving. I almost screamed at him, hi, random person. Wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't that be grand? Why are you not sticking over here? Oh, there you go. All right. Oh, one more razor blade there, Cletus. Oi. Bam. And we pulled that out of there. All right. Then, what I would like to do is I'm going to cut it somehow. I'm going to cut it somehow. Somehow, some way, with some format. I kind of want you to hang up here, boy. There we go. Okay. Now, how am I going to cut this exactly? I just glued a penny and a nickel to the insulation. Because I want to wrap this up on top here, and then not here. I think I'm going to get it on the other side. I'm going to get on the other side, and we're going to start cutting away. Means I won't be looking at the chat window. Spackle. I walked the wrong way. There's a jack by my door. No! Get open the door. What if we turned those that way we came? Oh, here you guys go. So my roommate is a smart guy. Yesterday, he was riding the mower. He bogged it down. It shuts off. He goes to try to start it again, and it won't start. So he comes to me, says, hey, it's not starting. There's something wrong. You turn the key, nothing happens. So I go and I look at the thing, blah, blah, blah. Solenoid's not passing power to the starter. Okay, maybe the solenoid's failed. So to kind of determine whether or not that's the case, I need to apply power to the starter. So I was like, okay, well, for right now, so I can keep mowing, I'm gonna make a tool that we can just bypass the solenoid and put power manually, because that's what the key does. The key is you putting power to the starter. So I made, patent pending, Ryan Industries, the start stick. Funnily enough, using an old broken part from said same lawnmower. And then I look around the front and I notice the blade is still engaged. There's an interlock on just about every freaking part of this lawnmower. The blade is still engaged. I disengage the blade, turn the key, it starts right up. There goes the patent pending start stick. Anyway, let us, so I'm going to cut it. This is awkward. Right-handed scissors, sort of, well, I guess these are ambidextrous, aren't they? Okay. Either way, so I wish the freaking holes were bigger on scissors. I wish they were just round holes, like old school scissors. Round holes. 2 round holes, same size, same thing, doesn't matter. Hate shaped freaking scissors. Anyway, we're gonna cut this guy about right here-ish. Who's sexting me? Like $5 says it's Holly Ann. Well, that's good. Probably because I said I'm not looking at the chat window, right? It's easier just to text me. And I do like doing this, like the cameras and the recording and the putting it out in the world partially is like, hey guys, look, you could do this wacky, weird stuff. It's not a big deal. Part of it's like, you know, it keeps me on track. It keeps me going. It keeps me kind of focused. Because before I started doing this, on days off, I just like, I don't know. I'll go watch a TV show I've watched 1,000 times already, or you know, I'll eat some food and stare at the wall, or I don't, you know, like, you know, I wouldn't really get anything done. So, because we don't want to lose this material, we want to actually know where this cut is going to happen. So we do this. And I cut along this edge here. Just making sure that we're not losing our way. I'll tell you what. Hey, pasta vazoo, huh? What do you know? Look at that. Got this little piece back here. We got this, and we do this, and we move that, and we do, and then we do the pasta vazoo, huh? What do you know? Ravioli. Also, I am a bit of a weirdo, and I am a bit of like a showman already. Like, that's just my personality. That's kind of who I am as it is. And a couple of people have said, you know, start a YouTube channel and everything, because I think that I would be entertaining, even kind of in the boring bits. They're like, yeah, even when you're kind of boring, you're still kind of entertaining. I'm like, okay, whatever that means, I guess. So, you know, I figured I'd do it. I do have to start cutting freaking videos though, because like, I've got like 5 or 6 videos that I've recorded material for, but I'm just kind of, I don't know, sitting on them or sit on it. What do you know, huh? I don't know why I'm not doing it. I just, part of me is on that you're not gonna get good unless you do it bad and figure it out train. Part of me is I have never tried. I have never put forth effort into anything in my entire life. Not once. Until this. I'm actually putting in effort to do this. And it's a new, I don't know, new feeling, new sensation, new kind of thing that I'm experiencing. And I'm not sure whether I like it or not. Guess I should let that flash. You should probably let the glue flash like it says in the instructions before you start trying to use it. About 10 or 15 seconds. So, flash, press. Actually, I kind of like, ooh. There we go. Okay. So, I need to figure out how to contact a manufacturer that would manufacture something like this take 1/4-inch ceramic refractory, glue it to a bubble wrap backing, and then glue that to a aluminum sheet backing that is semi-rigid, and sell that as car insulation. Because actually, I could even do, so you can make different types of products. So you got one that's refractory and aluminum backing, which is kind of just the standard that people use kind of in this industry for this purpose. You could then make a refractory to foam to sheeting backing, which would be a thermal insulation and NVH insulation. That's what is that? Vehicle harshness, noise and vehicle vibrational harshness, noise and vibrational harshness. I don't know. I know it is NVH. I have to look it up. You could also sell a bubble wrap and foam, so foam, then bubble wrap adhered to the back of it. You could then also sell a butyl rubber, so Dynamat, this stuff, it's kind of buried. I'll dig it out here in a few minutes. You could sell Dynamat without the foil, so it's just butyl rubber sheet with a foam backing for only NVH. So you don't have to build it yourself. Because most of the stuff you have to build it yourself. And I think it would be really good in the industry to have these as products that people could just buy. So maybe I'll look into that. Anyway, let's get back to the Task 8 Hand, which is this guy. That is actually perfect. It is perfect. I do need to cut. I want to put this somewhere, but I don't want to put it where it's going to get damaged. It's already damaged. Glass backs on glass everything on phone. Stupid. Stupid. Duh, I want my phone to be separate so when I hold it, it just falls out my hand and goes psst. Yeah, that's who designed these things. People that talk like that. Okay. So we need to cut out this section where the bolt holes are. That's what we need to do. So boosh! Skadoosh! Boosh skadoosh!
Ta-da! I'm loud!
I also have the stream running in the background on the laptop, and whenever I'm louder, I can hear it. It's on the roof of the car. And I just heard that. Oh, that's funny. It's good stuff, yeah. It's good. Ugh, I'm gonna move my fat ass. Also, tell Jesse thank you for the, what I am viewing as kind words / compliment. I'm not usually one for those, but in this endeavor, where it is something that I am putting forth effort, I'm actually giving it the old college try. I am making an effort to make this whole thing work. Typically I despise accolades, and what's that other word? Starts with an A. What's that other word? Something shun. It's the original word that I was gonna say, and then I forgot what I was gonna say. I don't know, not admiration, but similar to it. I despise awards and accolades for just doing my job, for just doing a thing, right? I think it's the participation trophies. I hate participation trophies. But perhaps that is because I have never tried at anything and I'm just always good at it. So it's like, yeah, bro, can't everybody do this? So this thing, now that I'm actually making a concerted effort, I'm putting forth the effort to do something. It's the little kind words here and there, they kind of do make a difference. That is interesting. It's a very what's that other word? You have interesting and you have intriguing concept. I have never been one for compliments. It's like, wow, you're good at that. Duh. Have you met me? That's usually historically been my response, actually, when someone tells me I'm good at something. It's just, have you met me? Hello? What about this? Don't you understand? Come on. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh. Why aren't you sticking? Stickity stick. Stickity stick to the clickety clack. Go clickety clacking down the tracks. Okay. We're gonna move this back over here. We're going to move this back over here. Look at that. Bam. Bam, some frickin' lambs, man. That actually looks a lot nicer than it did. Doesn't matter how it looks at the end of the day. It matters how it functions. Because, A, who the hell cares how it looks? Honestly, at the end of the who cares? We don't care about your shiny Mercedes, guy. You park like a douche. No one cares how it looks. They care about actions and functionality. The people that care about how it looks, you really don't want in your life, honestly. So, I think run a piece of tape from here across that seam, right? Right? So, like there-ish. Actually, I kind of wish I could get Nikki in here to I have a friend, funnily enough, my childhood best friend. Everybody thought we were going to get married and then end up together and that would be our lives. So she owns a media consultation company. She's got, a business degree? Something like that? She's got a degree in either marketing or business. Can't remember which. But she owns a marketing company. And I called her up a while back, a month or so ago, I think, and asked her a couple of questions. Hey, if I'm doing this, I'm starting a channel, I'm doing this. And she gave me a bunch of really good pointers. You know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna send her a link, see if she's got a few minutes to come in and take a look-a-dee-loo there. Of course, she doesn't look at her phone all that often, so chances are slim to Pickens. Okay, this is going to be fun because the tape needs to turn. You need to turn tape, which means you need to fold a little bit, like that. Okay, 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 okay. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. That is something. Ooh-wee. And this tape is not meant for automotive purposes. This is actually not the right part to use. But it serves a purpose, it serves a function for the time being. Future me will hate past me ripping all this stuff out to put in the next solution. But for now, it's what I have, it's where I'm at, and it's what we're doing. And anybody that don't like it and get over it. I think I'm gonna hop up top, take a look at the chat window real quick. Because people have probably said some things. Okay. Man. Sherbet. Ice cream. Yum. Huh. Nothing in the chat window. Okay, so I tell you what, man. I tell you what. Can't really see it there. The Logitech doesn't do it justice. Even though the Logitech has a higher resolution. From this angle, Spidey, what are you doing on my camera? Go over there. Just blow him off into the ether. Oh, wrong way. Oh, we're already zoomed. Nice. All right. Well, looking at it from, you know, standing outside the car, like just looking at it this way, that actually looks professional. That almost looks like somebody who knew what the hell they were doing. That's crazy. So my roommate will tell you, my personality, everything about my personality is directly contrary to everything else about my personality. I am internally and externally a contrarian, apparently. That's my religion, contrarian. Because there's two sides of me that particularly relate to the most recent sentences, conversations. The first being what I said a little bit ago, where it's like, oh yeah, you know what you're doing, well, you're pretty good at that. Duh. But then the other side of me that's like, you know, it's I've done this once here. And the result as of today, even though it's not complete, I still have some finishing touches to do, but the result as of today, it's looking pretty good. Like, you know. And then so somebody looks at it and they tell me, oh yeah, that looks pretty good. It looks like you know what you're doing. But you insult me. Which I guess is kind of, I don't know, false humility? Which is a survival trait that I've learned over the years. False humility. People like people that are humble. So I pretend to be humble sometimes, so that The monkeys won't fling their poo at me. Okay, so now that that's in, I've got to verify. Spidey! You're on exactly the thing that I need to do. Okay. I was fine with you being in the garage for a few minutes, but, and while I would really enjoy it if you were to eat all the buggies in here, you're on all of my work. I need you outside. Okay. Spidey is back outside. Don't tell my roommate. He is like deathly afraid of spiders. Like, me, I'm of the mind, Spideys eat buggies. I hate buggies. Spideys and buggies are both creepy crawlies, but I would prefer there to be less creepy crawlies overall. Therefore, the logical conclusion is that we must save the Spideys so that they may eat more of the buggies. Right? Okay, I'm gonna move the mouse. Mouse is too far away. We're gonna put you on. We're gonna go back inside. Of course, I'm clicking the wrong damn buttons because we have to put this guy in here and discount, double check, verify whether or not he's going to sit correctly. Okay, he's gonna have to come down. That's fun. Need to cut. I need to get the bubble wrap back just a smooch. Like that. Bam, some frickin' lamb. Yeehaw! Alright, we're gonna put the mic back in the car too, because it's probably all muffled and quiet. Shaze it. Oh, old man. I'm an old man. Yeah. Okay. Hopefully, this is the last time I bolt and then unbolt this assembly. I am crossing my fingers. Also, my socket's up here. Okay, so we're going to tighten this. Good. Then we're going to tighten this. There we go. And then we're going to how did I make that too high? It's supposed to be a little bit lower. Okay. Just gonna break that off of there. Tell you what I'm gonna do. Tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna bring the welder around. We're gonna break that off of there. And I'm gonna tack it in the car. With pressure. Under pressure. Oh, water. Turban. Necesito agua. I'm unhydrolyzed. No, not that. Dehydrated. No, that's not right either. Undeliquidated? No, that's not right either. What's the word I'm looking for? Okay, we're gonna do that. And then we're gonna grab this guy so we don't burn some things up. Just an old leather, what do you call this thing? Duster. Just an old leather duster. There we go. Now, watch your eyes. Okay. Now I can pull it out of there and weld it. Probably just on the ground right here. It's okay. It's alright. This isn't going to be on camera because I have no way of putting the camera in such a way to no, I don't have any way to put the camera in such a way that we can actually see what's going on. I do plan on making a bracket and assembly in the future so that I can hang the camera above my my workpiece when I'm doing or above the bench or something. Dragonfly, go! Shoo! Thank you. So that I can show people the grinding and the welding and all the fun, cool things. But that is not a today job. I have other things to do for today job. Don't grab the spicy meatball. Don't grab the spicy meatball. Perhaps I should move leg ass can before I start welding beside it. What might be a good idea? Okay. So now we weld a boosh. That together. Easy peasy. That looks like penetration. Bazinga. Now we wait for it to cool, install it in the car, set the laptop on it. In the interim meantime, put me back on Big Face. Turn you off. Don't need that anymore. I need a new regulator. My regulator's falling apart. Okay. Need a new regulator. I have one, but I have to make an adapter for it to work. So, man, that looks fucking phenomenal. That looks phenomenal. It looks phenomenal. Ba-da-ba-da. Okay. We're just waiting for that guy to cool for a minute. Tell you what I could do, real quick. Ow. But I also need what I also could do, I've got various little bits of steel, angle iron and what have you. I need to build a tray for laptop, tripod, microphone, like this whole kind of streaming setup that I've got in the garage. Make a tray for it so I can put it outside and just have an extension cord. The only cord that comes off of the cart is the extension cord. And I drag the whole cart around the cars, and I've got the camera pointing, the Canon pointing at what I'm doing, just overall. And then the Logitech, I grab and pull into places and look around and everything. I do like that. Because I've been trying to think for the last couple of months, like, how do you work on cars where you can only really fit your hand in some of these places? How do you work on cars and show it on camera such that people can see what you're doing? You're not just in a car and, oh yeah, look, I've got the part out now. Because that's kind of the problem, like, around YouTube, is like you don't get to see really how it's done. You just see that it is done. And I don't like that. Because there's two, from my market research, the research that I've done on YouTube specifically, I don't know about other places, but on YouTube specifically, had an idea. There seems to be two primary formats for automotive stuff. You have one, large shop, big lifts, well lit, lots of money. One of the guys comes in like, hey, we should make YouTube videos. And they do. They put stuff on lifts and they take the camera underneath and show you stuff. But they cut. A lot of those guys, they cut out the doing and they show you the before and after in the video. And then they point, oh yeah, we had a bolt here, 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 and they'll walk up to the car. They were here, 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 and here. Which I get it, turning wrench, like the act of turning wrench is not entertaining. It's not interesting in the least. Least bit for a freaking live stream, right? Like, car stuff does make more sense in format recorded video, cut out the boring bits. I get it. My problem is sometimes there's hidden bolts and shields and connectors and all this other stuff that those guys don't show you. They just say, yeah, we pulled it out, here it is. And if there is a connector, maybe they're like, oh yeah, there was this connector, it was kind of hard to get to. Okay, well A, that doesn't help me do it in my driveway. That doesn't help Joe Schmo do it in his driveway. Hi, Joe. And I'm a firm believer of everybody, whether you can or you can't, whether you want or you don't want, you should at least know some of the basics of maintaining or repairing your automobile. You spend a 30-year life in this damn thing. You know, you repaint the interior walls in your house, you put new sheets on your bed, you put up fancy curtains. Why should you not spend the same amount of care and time and intelligence and whatever on the piece of machinery that you spend a third of your life inside? For those of us, you know, in the US that own cars, and many other places in the world that own cars, that you need to travel to a place where the trains don't go, where the planes don't go, where the boats don't go, whatever the case may be, and you have to own a car for that. You know, you should know, like, I mean, me trying to give this information to the world is going to be one of those, like, if everybody did what I suggested, and they did their own spark plugs, and they did their own tire rotations, and they did their own brakes, could you imagine what would happen to costs at shops then? Granted, they don't make money on these services anyway. It's all the upsell. Oh, hey, can we, this car came in for spark plugs. Can we replace the transmission? Will the customer let us do that? But that's the kind of thing I'm trying to get rid of. It doesn't need to be that. The scare tactics. Oh yeah, this is gonna fail in about 1,000 miles. Shut up, guy. No, it ain't. And then you've also got the inverse and the customer end, where it's like, customer, what is that? There's videos on YouTube, like customer says blah blah blah, or customer complaint blah blah blah. And it's, well, it won't run after I did this thing. And they poured Jello in their crankcase or something, like something incredibly dumb. Or you get people that they go in, and you as the technician, me as the technician, we look down into the engine bay and we're like, this block's got a hole in it, guy. You shouldn't be driving this car. Oh, I just came for an oil change. I know what's wrong with my car. Don't try to sell me in. Hey, guy. Just letting you know, there's a hole in this freaking block. That's where your oil's going. It's not like being consumed or anything. It's just going on the ground. Probably fix that. And some people would tell you, you know, it takes all kinds to make the world go around. No, it doesn't. It takes gravity to make the world go around. Our local star, that bastard up in the sky there, it takes him to make the world go around. But we're not going to get into socio-psychological stuff or socio-political stuff or any of that. That's not what this stream is. Maybe if some people want, I'll make a stream or a video about socio-politics or socio-religion or socio-psychology. I can do that. I'll do a little bit of research first, though. Probably cool enough by now. Probably stick them in the car, right? What do you guys think? What does you folks... Yeah, I can touch it. Oh man. Now, this is the last time this bastard's going in here. We're going to take the seat and we're going to turn you over to this guy right here. And you're going to see inside the cart there. Oh! And we're going to turn this guy like this. I have a sneakity suspicion that I'm going to have to install a nut down here and put a bolt in it to keep it from flexing and being silliness. now. This is what's going on. This is how we're doing it. This is how we do it. You are in the way. This guy was the pain in the booty hole. I mean, I think that's gonna be fine, honestly. I'll probably want to put a... still got battery. I need to plug this guy in. I'll probably want to put a strain relief for the, what you call it? For the cables at some point. And I'm gonna want to get like some little buffer thing to fill in kind of the space on either side, because I built it for the ASUS. In case I ever put the ASUS back in here, I don't have to change the whole bracket. So I'll probably just get like something to stick right in here in this gap, because it's gonna go that way, right? It's gonna move this direction while driving around. But I think that has come out pretty darn okay. Kind of like that, right? Let me hop. Oh. And it's not finished because I still gotta have a place to put the mouse, I think. But for now, we go over here, we'll hop inside. Am I on the inside here? We're gonna hop inside here. Oh, I think in a little bit, I'm gonna clean up this damn garage. Cause like, I need to get my own damn car. Oh, okay. Actually, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. Don't even have to make a thing. Yeah, that ain't going nowhere. Oh, okay. So yeah, this laptop is aluminum in places. All right. Like, and it's not even in the way. Like, it might be. It might be in the way if and or when I ever get around to, I gotta clean that up. If and or when I ever get around to putting this in, because this shifter is gonna sit right here-ish. I mean, even then it might not be in the way. No, it'll be in the way. Because it's gonna sit back in an angle like this. It's actually gonna be like right here. This shifter. And that'll definitely be in the way. Oh. Huh? So, yeah, it's gonna sit like right here. Yeah, boy. Ah. Okay. Actually, that might be the next project I start working on this thing. Because I can't really do the HVAC until I figure out where the steering and the shifter is going to sit in relation to the firewall. So I have to have the HVAC out to do those things, to figure out where stuff's going to sit, which I have the firewall. I could have just done it on the firewall, left the HVAC in, or I could put the HVAC back in, but honestly, I really, like at this latitude, I don't really need to use it all that often. So it's like, you know, it's fine. It's all fine, everything's fine. Oh, also, how about this? So, 92 to 95 Civics. From what I know, they didn't come with 4 handles. They came with 3. One there, one back there. That's it. And the one in the passenger driver's side had a hook so you could hang your suit. So when you go into business meetings, you could wear car clothes and then you could put on your suit when you got there. Right? So it had a little hook. Really, really funny. You want to know what really, really funny? I pulled this headliner down when I was living in this car in West Virginia so I could put a bunch of LEDs up along. You can still see the adhesive there. I ran a bunch of LEDs along there, ran 2 strips along the back for like a reading light kind of thing, just big bright white light for like, you know, it was my kitchen and my living room and my bedroom, and you know, so I had light back there. So you click, turn the light on, you got light back there, and the rest of this was just up here for, because I had the LEDs and they were blue and they were nice and they were cool. I put them in. Anyway, I pulled the headliner down in West Virginia when I was doing that, and I discovered back here were the holes that were already threaded for the handle. So I had a handle and I put it up against there and I was like, that fits. It fits. Like, so why didn't Honda put the handle on the driver's side? I like the handle. There's one of the Accord. It's 2000. This is a 92 body. So like, they had the idea, they had the plan. Why didn't they follow through? I don't know. Maybe it's because this was a DX. Maybe the higher models got that, but the lower models didn't. And it's just easier to manufacture this. So it's this piece right here. You got that seam, and it runs back that seam there. Same on the driver's side, right? So this is a single rail that runs fore and aft, that they weld to the A pillar, they weld to the B pillar, they weld to the C pillar, and it holds the roof up in place. Oh crap. I never actually sound tested the roof. I know I'm moving the camera, not the microphone. I realize that. But like, you know, I don't know if the microphone's picking that up. I don't remember what I set the threshold to. But used to, I'd tap just right here by the door and it'd be like loud. Now, same energy that I remember putting in. Nothing. I mean, obviously something, but far quieter. So that's NVH reduction right there. Sweet. That's pretty good. I guess the next step is NVH on the doors. I did put the vinyl and foam on the doors. You can see this guy. The butyl rubber I got was from Home Depot, so it's meant for housing. I'm pretty sure it's also meant for flashing, where you put the flashing down and then you nail or you screw or you secure the flashing in some way to the sunroof. So this stuff is a little bit harder than you would want for an automotive environment. The stuff you want for an automotive environment, just gonna unbury it real quick, is this, which you can see is very, very flexible, very soft stuff. That's very, very sticky. So I probably used the wrong chemical compound, the wrong butyl rubber for that project. That's the only one that I don't have the door panel on, is the driver rear. And it has kind of been my experiment for longevity, for the lifespan investigation. And you can see it's not really on the door. It's just kind of jammed up in there right now. So I definitely need to find a different butyl rubber to replace that. But the panel itself is doing, it's only been a couple of months, so you can't really tell. My concern is that the vinyl is going to shrink with age. That's my concern. And it's pretty thick vinyl, which means it's probably going to shrink quite a bit. I'll probably lose 10 millimeters in length over the wide length that direction over its lifetime. And I did not size the panels such that I can afford to lose 10 millimeters. So we'll find out. The reason I did that is because to be able to mount the door panel back on, it had to be cut the right size. The factory solution was a really thin plastic sheet that went over that hole, and you could just jam door clips right through it, no problem. So if it was cut a little bit bigger, it's not a big deal. The door panel still goes on. This stuff, the door panel won't go back on with that in the way. Oh, headache. Oh. Wow. That was sudden and intense. Okay, so now that we've got the laptop holder in, I can work on what I'm gonna do to it next. Is we're gonna take this guy off. Well, I'll go over there, take it off, put it in the book bag. I've got foam, the same stuff that I put on the floor over here and in the back there. I'm gonna put the foam, or not the foam. Well, I've got the foam, but I'm gonna put the foam over top of this whole thing. But right here, I've got the rubber that I put in the trunk. I've got a couple little strips still laying around here. And I'm gonna glue them with the spray adhesive stuff. I'm gonna glue them here because it's the same thickness as this metal, 1/8 of an inch. And then I'll put the foam over top of all of that in the T shape, which will help keep this from vibrating. And then I'll take little tabs of the rubber and I'll glue them up against these guys. Which means I'm gonna need the acetone. Man, that came out better than I thought it was going to, honestly. I thought this was just gonna be just terrible. It's ugly, obviously. But it runs. Comes full circle. Just comes full circle. Every time. I don't know how I do it. I just like, I'll be in mid-conversation, just vroom, leads me straight in. Bam. Done and done. Yeah, because that ain't going nowhere. Man, that's really going nowhere. Woo! Alright. So, get out of car. Oh, jeez. Oh, gee. Oh, gee. Oh, gee. Oh, gee. Oh, gee. I'm gonna go put this in the fridge. I'll be right back. Plug kid. Also, yes, I've also got to thank my roommates because they bought some nanners and didn't eat them. And by the time they get back from their trip to see family, these will be well beyond what either one of them would agree to eat. Fine. So, that means I get free nanner. The hell's that noise? Like a really, really high pitch, like 15, 16 kilohertz noise. That is repetitive, repeating. Is that a word? Gone now. Wasn't around long enough for me to correctly triangulate it. Okay. Gotta find those strips of rubber. And grab that foam up there. I know where the foam's at. I actually don't know if I have more of that rubber. I also don't know how the heck I'm going to get over here. All this stuff's buried. Okay. Good thing the camera's not facing this way. Do not do what I am doing. I'm not going to tell you what I'm doing either. No! Oh. Found the other refractory. I knew I didn't run through that whole roll. Okay. So, got the foam. Gotta figure out, I've got some little strips of that rubber somewhere. I don't remember what the heck I did with it. I can tell you this though. This guy needs to get plugged in before he powers down and deletes exceeds half my settings. Because it likes to do that. Now, got this little strip. Be fine, but I would prefer to have. I've got a wider strip that I just cut off. That section that I put under the cluster, and I chunked it over there, but I don't see it anymore. Not quite sure where it went. Huh. So very, very weird. Guess I'll just use this piece, it's fine. You need pass tone. Definitely need some ass tone. Wipe these things down with. So need a towel. Wipe some things down with. Oh, I'm putting it all over here. I need it in the lacquer. Oh, my friends left me. Oh, sad face. That's what I'll do is I'll just cut this guy in half and make 2 strips of it, right? Semi-dull knife. Huzzah. Alright, so this in here. We're going to switch cameras again. Okay. So that's probably why it never stuck in the first place. Because the last time I used this rubber and tried to stick it, didn't want to stick all that well. Probably because there's a manufacturing residue on it that I never got off of it. Like this. There we go. Yeah, look at all that. Icky, grossy, nasty, nasty. Alright. We're going to let it flash for a second. And we're going to put it like here-ish in the middle. Apply a little bit of pressure-roonies. this one flash for a second. Do the same thing, kind of in the middle-ish. Pasta Vazoo, huh? That looks really good. That almost looks like I know what the hell I'm doing. That's crazy. Cray, yo. Okay, boom. What I'm going to do is we're going to check this way. Okay, and check this way. Yeah, I think we'll do it that way. Kind of like that. And then kind of give it a little wipe down. And then we spray the adhesive all over the place. Not on the seat, preferably. And yes, I should probably be doing this outside of the vehicle. Is it this way? Pretty sure it's this way. Pretty sure it's this way. Alright, we're gonna let him sit for a minute and adhesivate while I acetone and wipe my arm off before I spray the crap out of my arm. That's sufficient. Okay. Been going for 4 hours. Tell you what though, Banana helped a lot. Actually, funnily enough, my body's quite the big fan of Monster Banana breakfast. Strangely enough. When I was working full-time, at a job, many days I'd go in and just have half a can of Monster and a banana for breakfast. And like, I was hungry within like 2 or 3 hours, right? Because a banana is not much mass. But I felt great, like phenomenal energy levels, no fuzzy head from like caffeine OD or anything, like pretty good stuff. Probably something in a banana neutralizes something that affects me negatively from the energy drink, I don't know. But, you know. Get some water. Okay. Yeah, I think that's good enough. Let me start cutting away at this excess. You know what? Why don't I do it this way? Tell you what, I think I'm gonna do that. I'll wrap that little bit around. Maybe I should have done that. Instead of cutting it off the edge like that, wrap a piece around. Not really good enough to do that. There we are, kind of like that. Let it flash. Bibbity bobbity. I'm digging it. That ain't looking too bad, actually. Oh. Stand up too fast. With not much mass in your stomach. Whew. Dragonfly. Okay. It looked like he was going to come in here for a second. Alright, so what's next? what I could do. We're not doing bench stuff right now. Bring you a little bit over here. Something like that. So you can see me, at the doorway, and then you can see me kind of in the doorway. A little bit of a no overlap area, a little bit of a dead area, but it's fine. This seal surface is really nasty. Probably clean that up. Scour pad. Get a scour pad and all across the edge there. Okay. Now we're gonna take a couple little tabs. About that size. Glue them in there. Sweet. There is no way to make that a smooth spray. A light spray. There's no way. It just doesn't do it. You can't just like spritz a little tiny bit. So, alright. Let this flash for a minute. What does this guy say? "30 seconds. Okay. I've been doing 10 to 15. Oh, this door sill is not a comfortable place to sit. Oh. Okay. That's looking pretty good. Ugh. What I probably should have done is put the front tabs a little bit closer together, so it wouldn't matter if things slid to one side or the other. I mean, the ultimate test is going to be driving down the road, seeing if hitting any bumps are going to cause it to fall out, if I need to have like an upper clamp of some kind. Which I could do. We just have a piece that has a little spring on it, I guess. And you spread it out like a phone clamp. Spread it out, put it down, and it clamps onto the front of the top of the T-piece there. And like here to here, or here to there. Just grabs it. I think I'll probably do that. I have to get a spring. Have to be a pretty good spring too. But I think this will work for now. I'm tired. Why am I getting tired? It's like 1400? What? Is it tight? Is it tight? I never finished my thought from earlier, I think. Talking about shops. Two formats of videos that I see on YouTube. The one is the big shops that don't really show you much. Or they have a lot of really expensive tools to do some jobs. The other is some guy on an iPhone 3 in the dark with no lighting, or in his garage with the door closed, thinking that lighting that is acceptable for his eyeballs is also acceptable for an electronic device. With really poor audio and a bunch of like pocket noises, the crumblies and the cracklies and all that stuff. Like, yeah, you gotta pull this connector here, you know, shit like that. So those are the two extremes. I don't really see. So you have Eric the car guy. He does kind of the stuff that I'm doing. Scotty Kilmer kind of does the stuff that I'm doing, but Scotty says a lot of things. I've watched some of his videos, and he says some things that I'm like, don't be telling people that, man. Like, don't be saying these things to people. Like, I'm not usually one to limit or monitor what I say. There is no filter between here and here. There's zero. Whatever's in here is probably coming out. But I've built a pretty good habit of not telling people things they can use dangerously. Because you can't, some of the stuff that he said, you can't tell people some of that stuff, man. You tell them that, and they're gonna run with it, and they're gonna, I don't know, they're gonna hurt their vehicles, they're gonna hurt themselves, it's something, I don't know. I mean, yeah, the edges come up a little bit, but it's fine. It's not like I'm going to be yanking on it. That's a lot better. A lot better than it were. I'm going to find all the screws for the SRS module. Stick it back in there. Huh. 1, 2, 3, 4. And 5. Yeah. Oh. Clean some of this trash out of here. Need to take the shop trash out. It's about full. Okay. We have did a thing. Also, where'd everybody go? Everybody disappeared, it did. We were having a jolly old time. Everybody was laughing, dancing, singing along. And now everybody's gone. Ain't nobody around these parts to tell me I'm pretty. Boo-hoo. I don't think I'm doing the according to V-dub today. I'm like, I don't know, half sleepy. So, where did I put that tool? Right there. We're gonna put the airbag module back in real quick. Yep, we're on the inside. Okay, sits like that. This guy. Ground, you're in the way. And I need you to kind of not be in the way. This was the most annoying bolt last time. Last bolt goes into the ground. Okay. Okay. All of that is plugged in. Should be able to put the battery back on now. And hopefully the airbag won't go kerblooey. Keep hearing noises. Keep hearing it standing up too fast. Okay. Oh. Got that done. Don't even have to. See, I can just put the mouse on the floor when I need it, pick it up, put it on top of the laptop, use it, put it back down. That is a non-issue. What's next? What did I even say I was going to do today? Huh. I already did 2 of the 3 things I said I was going to do. Okay. Question is, I guess I'm getting the V-dub. Try to do a thing. Problem is, I don't have any way of taking the cameras out there right now. Maybe I should hold off until Civic is ready to move out of the garage, and all car stuff I do, I try to make it a point to bring it in the garage and do car stuff in the garage. Maybe that's what the solution is here. I can't find that other piece of rubber that I cut off. I'm telling you, man, I'm stupid. I am going freaking bonkers. Okay, so what else needs to be done in the Civic for right now? Got the laptop holder in. Oh yeah, I gotta take you guys inside, set up a bench. Because I'm gonna do that ECU modification. I'm gonna do it on I went and got the totes with all the ECU and wire harness, the remainder of the stuff. So I can do that, and then I can put a gauge up. Maybe I can put a gauge up. Do I still have Neptune on this computer? I think I deleted it. It's not in there. Does not look like it. Alright, so I'll put Neptune back in this thing at some point. Actually, it wouldn't be a bad idea anyway. Stick Neptune on this laptop. Stick Neptune on what has now become the streaming laptop. It's also the CAD laptop, 3D printer laptop. Little metal fleck on my finger. So, tell you what I'm going to do. Watch this. Watch this. You don't know nothing about this. None of y'all know nothing about what I'm about to do. Y'all don't know me. I kind of wish I had further I wish this guy was a 10 to 45 or something. I don't know. The wide angle works great for watching what I'm doing, like the bench and stuff. But when I want to zoom into something, I can't really do it with the lens. I'd have to do it any further zoom. I'd have to do digitally, which is going to reduce the resolution. Just anyway, we're going to put stuff on the widdly whiteboard. What we're going to do. So, absolute next thing I have to do. Civic. What do I have to do on the Civic? I'm going to pull you out of here too. We're no longer inside. Get the mickety mackety microphone. Sorry for the noises. I cannot get this thing in the shoe. Come on. Blind to shoe. Yes. Get this guy. Hey. There we go. Now we kind of set you guys up on here. Maybe we set you guys up. Kind of like that. Yeah, I think like that. That will work. Actually. That's okay. Color correction's off. Okay, so what do I need to do to the Civic? The next thing on the Civic is the ECU mod. So, things we're doing. Civic mod, ECU, intake temp. That's the next thing we're doing. After that, I need to start compiling a list of parts that I'm going to need for projects, just so that I have the list and I know where I'm at and I can cross things off as I do them. So I guess we can put over here. Begin compiling list of parts for projects. I also need new markers. But that's not a list of parts for projects, that's just consumables. I got a green one around here somewhere too, or a black one. Black one. The green one dried out, on its own. Like cap on and everything, that was weird. Alright, so the next thing after that is going to be, we're going to do color alternating. Dub scanner again. Limp mode. See what it says. I'm going to get the codes every time it does it and see which ones are constant across every failure and which ones are come and go, hit or miss. Because there's a few codes that seem to come and go, and I don't know which ones those are yet. I have not started writing them down yet to figure that out. Then it's going to be determine the extent of the Accord line damage, the underneath lines, which one has failed, which one or ones may be about to fail, so that I can start compiling a list of parts for it. As it stands right now, it's drivable, but I wouldn't trust it. It's a high pressure line. At any point that rust could expand a little bit further, and you go to put your foot on it, and now you have nothing. Of course, it is 4 individual lines, so you would lose rears, but the Master has two plungers, one for front and one for rear. I'm not going to plan on driving it around with a busted brake line, but it is possible to do so without seriously endangering myself or others. I wouldn't recommend it. I'm not going to drive it if I can avoid it. I'll drive the V-Dub or the Pilot, or I'll drive something else. But if I absolutely have to move it, it can be moved. So that's the good news. It's not completely dead and gone. What else? He wants me to redo or recheck the Pilot valves. I guess I'll put that on there, and I'll bring it inside. And I'll do that with you guys. And I also have not enough room to flip this around, but I've got the list on the other side that's like just overarching the list of projects. But this will be for right now, this will just be my priorities for the coming couple of days. That way I come out here, I set up a stream, I do stuff, I shuffle around. Actually, what I need to do is insert in there, so it'll be like 1.5. Go through the garage, clean the garage, put the tools away, reorganize, get stuff sorted. So just put fix garage. Huzzah. Okay. And then I really need to get underneath and do the welding on the frickin' frame on the Civic so I can mount the fuel tank. Scream at myself a little bit. Civic tank mount. Get it done. Okay. I don't have the money to do the V2 of the hood yet. I don't have the metal, which means I don't have the money to do the electric steering bracket. I can work on a prototype. Because I also want to do tilt wheel. I gotta figure that out. That's not that hard, I just have to build it. Wish I had a TIG welder. TIG welder would make things a lot easier. A lot of things a lot easier. But, so I think tomorrow's gonna be, I'll take you guys inside. We'll do the ECU mod on a spare ECU. And then I've got an engine simulator for this an engine simulator for this ECU, which the guy that gave me this ECU schematic, I'm pretty sure is the one that designed it. It's come in handy a couple of times for a couple of different problems that I've had. And what I can do is hook it up and run the engine with the laptop, with Neptune, and simulate that sensor input. And see if I can't use it to make some adjustments. I don't know where the heck I'd stick it though. Like in the tune. I don't know where I'd stick it in the tune. There are external sensors and calibrations for them. So I could stick it in there. What I could do is I could repin the harness to have the airbox temp as the primary intake temperature sensor, and then the manifold temp as a secondary to make fueling adjustments on top of that. So that if the primary brunt of the fueling will be programmed via the airbox temp, the air temp, ambient air temp, and then we'll make corrections on top of the ambient air temp as smaller percentages so that we can get slightly more reliable fueling. Closed loop kind of negates the whole need for it really, but closed loop in these ECUs isn't very good in the first place. It's PI control, I think. Full PID would be slightly more reliable, but also the timings for it is not really all that great at idle. It's weird because they had the sensor very close to the head stock on the manifold, the O2 sensor. But they still have the idle correction frequency at like half a hertz. It's really slow. Really slow. 600 RPM, you have air coming out more than half a hertz fast. So I understand you need to speed the sensor's pulling rate up as RPM increases because the gases flow faster and faster. But you need it. You need a combustion cycle to read at the sensor as that combustion cycle is coming out, not 4 combustion cycles later. Which it seems like what they're doing. So, what I need to do is write down the list of requirements for an ECU. I've done that already, but things have changed since the last time I did, so I need to do it all over again. I really need to pull this freaking fender off and straighten it out properly. Not like what I did where I just kind of pushed it back into place with my hand. I mean, that's a very future project. So tomorrow is going to be ECU and probably pull the Civic out and start organizing the garage. That really needs done. And then Sunday? What's today? Tomorrow's Sunday. So then Monday will be I don't really need to pull the V-dub in. but I want to show you guys what's going on with it. I wonder if I could Wi-Fi video from a phone to my laptop. There's probably a bunch of programs to do that. I'm gonna look that up tonight, because then I could just take the phone out there, have another scene that just captures the phone. Okay, so we've got a game plan. After I get the ECU modded, I'll clean the Civic up, and we can pull it out. So I can go through the garage, organize stuff. I gotta go through a bunch of totes, which I'm gonna do it all on stream, so you guys will see tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon, maybe? So join me tomorrow afternoon, if anything. The morning, well, the morning will be more interesting. It's gonna be ECU stuff and soldering, probably. This is my soldering table, so I gotta clear it off first thing. Probably won't do that on stream. I'll probably move everything, all the streaming stuff inside. Actually, I don't even know that inside. It's nice enough outside, I can do it out here. So we can just take and... I mean... So yeah, first thing tomorrow. So, here's tomorrow's game plan. Clean Civic. Door back on. Make sure my pull-out game is strong. After that, clean off the desk. God, it's not a K at all. Clean off the desk. Mod the ECU and test it. Assuming that works, mod the Civic ECU the same way. And organize the totes. That's tomorrow's game plan. What I might do tonight, actually what I have to do tonight is I have to do some videos. I have to do a video or two. So look forward to upcoming videos that I'll be editing tonight. And I think what I'll start doing, because I haven't set myself a schedule or anything, so probably I probably need to. So if I were to set myself up a schedule, it probably looks something like yawn. Okay, step one, yawn. Such a weird word. Okay, so it probably looks something like call it somewhere around, these are not hard and fast. I've been waking up around 1000 hours, so somewhere around 0800 to 06 or 060, yeah, 0800 to 1600 hours. Stream, do this, hang out with you guys, have fun, make some jokes, get some work done. So stream. So that's, you know, job one. Somewhere in there is going to be lunch. Now, what I'll probably end up doing is just eating in the stream and like just talking while I'm eating kind of thing. Provide conversation. So from 1600-ish to let's call it, I'm probably not gonna do this, but for the sake of just like getting it out of my head, (16 to 22) edit video. So that's 6 hours worth of editing video, and I might not need that much if I get on top of it and I'm actually doing it all the time instead of putting it off and doing 3 or 4 videos at once, which is what I've been doing. I've been kind of flip-flopping between like streaming here, video editing and recording there, and then, you know, back and forth. It's I probably need like a steady, stable schedule of this stuff. And then so that's 10 hours a day of me time. I only sleep 5 or 6. I lay in bed for more than that, but I only actually am asleep for maybe 5 or 6. Oh, so that's probably what a schedule of mine would look like. The problem with that is streaming during the middle of it, especially weekdays. Streaming during the middle of weekdays does not much lend to viewership, which is kind of why I'm here. I'm trying to build the name, build the brand, build the channel, get all the stuff that's in here out to others, right? So maybe the stream and the video edits will change, and I'll stream in the evenings. Because most people, I don't go watch VODs. Like, I'm not gonna watch a VOD, honestly. Maybe there are people that do. Maybe there's people that like that. I have no idea. But they probably number far less than those that do not watch VOD. So streaming when people are available would probably be the better thing. The problem with doing that is I guess I could do video editing 08 to 1200, come out, do stream, because you'd want it later than that. So it'd be video editing 08 to 16, which I don't think there's any cause to have 8 hours of video editing in a day, at least not with my current schedule, like my current recording and capability, because I don't have customers coming in. These are all our vehicles, just me and my roommates. That's all I'm doing right now. I do need to set up and get the word out and get business moving. I need to find my cards. I have cards. I have business cards that I made. It's just my name, my phone number, and actually, what I should do, I found one. What I really should do, yeah, because that's my personal number, my private number. What I really should do then is I should make up new cards with what I'm now calling my business number, which is my late wife's number. Because it was only like 30 bucks for 1,000 cards. It wasn't that much. I just got some cheapy cards. They're black with white print. They're just kind of. It would be better if they were a better card stock, but that was more expensive. And at the time I didn't have the money, and now again I don't have money. But like, go around and put cards on windows and doors and knock on people's doors and hand them out. Like, hey man, need stuff fixed? You let me know. What do you fix? What you got that's broken, bro? And then start lugging my camera around everywhere I go. Like so, besides being a diagnostician and a technician, I'm also a content creator. I have a channel on YouTube. If you'd like to go check it out, go check it out. Oh! Put the channel on the business cards. Phone number to contact me. Facebook and YouTube channel on the business cards. I need to start populating the Facebook page. Start populating the Facebook page with stuff that I do, things that I've done. So it'll be pictures of the Civic, just pictures of various cars with, I guess, with the hoods up. You're not really. I need to figure out how to link the YouTube channel to the Facebook page, such that when I send a video, when I post a video on YouTube, it automatically links to it on the Facebook page. That's what I gotta figure out how to do. So, let's make another game plan. That'll be a research game plan for like this next week. Link Facebook and YouTube. Create a YouTube banner. Design a better channel logo. Start filming that frickin' list of stuff that I've got that haven't been doing. The problem is like lugging the camera back and forth and here and there and hither and yon is just, but so I have been green screening those kind of rant videos. I was just green screening the garage in behind me. Why don't I just film it in the garage? Set the camera up like this, camera up like that, whiteboard, clear out the stuff in front of the whiteboard. So I can write on the whiteboard, use the whiteboard, do the whiteboard thing. That's gonna come with clean the garage. We really need a shed. Really need a shed. But it's so crazy expensive. Why are sheds so expensive? They're insane. $8 grand for a freaking shed. What? Bro, it's a $1,200 piece of assemblage there. And I know they do the freaking panels on like an assembly line style, which makes it that much cheaper to assemble the things. Like, sheds don't need windows. A door and a roof and 4 walls and a floor maybe. If you live somewhere where it gets wet. If you live somewhere where it never gets wet, you don't even need a floor. What else do I need to do for the channel? Oh, business cards. That's right. Business cards. That's an expenditure. That's the type of expenditure you can justify when you're in my situation. Like, I need to get the word out. How do I do it? Well, I can spend a little bit of some money that I really don't have to try to get the word out, to try to make money. If I get one job from a business card, the expenditure is paid for itself, right? But then you also get the word out, and like, maybe that person doesn't come to you, but they're like, oh, I got a card on my windshield the other day. I'm not doing that. I'm not putting cards in windshields. I will talk to people. Door to door I could do. Gotta make sure there's no sign that says no solicitors. It's like, I walk out and I see trash hanging on my door, or I see trash underneath my windshield wiper. You did that? Specifically, you did that. And that act alone makes it so I'm not going to use your business for anything. It's just like advertisements on TV. There's an advertisement on TV. I will specifically avoid your product because you interrupted something I was doing to try to sell it to me. So, you interrupted my life, I'm gonna interrupt yours, but not giving you that income. You lost that sale. If you had you not done that, when I needed that thing that you were providing, there's a chance that I would have gone and given you my money. A freaking little piece of skin hanging off. It's really annoying. But, you know, I mean, I get it. You have to advertise. You have to find a way to insert the knowledge of your existence into people's lives. So I get it. I do. And I understand that to sell to people, generally, the idea is you give something to them 3 times. You give it to them 3 times, and they will remember it. And they will think of you the next time they think of whatever that thing is that you're doing. Chances, right? Statistically speaking. So I get it. I despise it. I hate it. I find it despicable. Despise. Me time. Okay. I think today's stream has concluded. I've got a video to cut. Probably just turn it into a short. And I think we are done for the day. So, if you're watching and you enjoyed and you had fun, a little bit of entertainment, don't forget to like and subscribe. It, especially a small channel like me, it will help out immensely, and it costs you nothing to click the button. Once this stream is over, underneath the VOD, comments. Leave me a comment. Tell me some stuff you'd like to see me do. Perhaps I'll do it. Perhaps I haven't thought about it. Perhaps it's a thing that's interesting. Right? So put it in the comments. Shoot me an email on my channel's email. I check it once a week ish. So Going to YouTube, go in the About page. I'm pretty sure my email is public. Just go in there, take a gander, take a looky-loo, take a look around there. Get that email. It's used for the tube, 1234 at Gmail, because used for the tube helps me keep stuff separate and organized a little bit better. Because Google email does not give you folders like every other email on the planet. But it was easier to attach a YouTube to a Gmail account because they're both Google products. So that's why I did that. But yeah, leave me a comment down below in the VOD. Let me know what you think. Like and subscribe. We'll see you in the next one.